Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I forgot to hit my button. Welcome back to the Dynasty Grind, Week 13, a reaction to Week 12, or general Dynasty moves to make based on weekly events. That's the theme, but it normally breaks down into a trade conversation, let's face it. So get in the comments, ask us about anything you want. This week, Dynasty House can't make it. I don't know why, actually. I just got a really worrying DM in the middle of the night a few days ago saying, by the way, I can't make it. I probably should have followed up. But instead, I went and asked around, and Calvin Hobby at Calvin Hobby on Twitter volunteered to come in here and made me look bad. So we're going to do that. If anyone has any questions, comments, or want to comment on how much better Cal is than me, obviously, do it in the comments section of whatever platform you're listening to. Yeah, this is a Dynasty Grind. Let's get into it. I don't know why I do this bit at the start, but I started out that way, so I just feel like I keep having to do it. Hey, Cal, how's your week?
It's really good. I appreciate you having me on. I am not Russ. Russ is the king of podcast here, but I appreciate the opportunity to be on with you. I think I'm one of the people who you've tricked into thinking you're really good at this. So yeah. It's an honor to be on here with you.
No, I've now sold out in the last league that I was actually competitive in. So I'm losing all my leagues this year. It's fine. It's fine. I've achieved being bottom in most of them, which is what you're trying to do. So I'm winning at losing. That's the way I'm thinking of it.
It seems like in Dynasty you're winning if you're losing anyway. So that's kind of the goal for most players. It seems like sometimes can turn into let me just rebuild all the time and collect draft picks.
Right.
So
yeah, just shiny rosters. That's all we need.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we were talking about before we turned this on. I guess is that the way you say it, streamer? Well, we turned this on. We turned it on. I'm just gonna.
We got
pretend
turned on. No,
pretend I found a conclusion to that thought and move on. Yeah, it's really all the same question with Dynasty. It's like we can't find another thing to care about, so it's just really age. That's all we care about. And like old players or young players, occasionally we mask it between running backs and wide receivers, but then really we're just talking about running backs producing more in their first 3 years versus wide receivers producing more in the ages between 26 and 32. And I thought the theme for the exact same question that everyone's asking every week or in every article, disguising it as something else, would be 26-year-old or older wide receivers inside the top 12 right now. I know Cooper Adams, DLF contributor and all-round troll. It's a great guy. He's funny as hell. That was a troll in a positive manner. Sorry. He likes to talk about Terry McLaurin right now, and he's a little concerned. Never had a top 12 season. I thought this could be a top 12 breakout year for him, but he's sided towards the top 24 more than the top 12. He's going to be, I think he's 26 this year. He's going to be 27 next year because he was a slightly older rookie. And he was a top 12 wide receiver in ADP this offseason consistently. And it looks like he's going to be to start this offseason. What do you do with a guy who's never had a top 12 season, is entering into his age 27th year? He's had a few chances to be in the top 12 already. We've kind of got an idea of who he is. And you're in a dynasty league. I mean, this guy's value is about to die, even though he's in the top 12. I mean, that's just what happens to value, like, right?
Well, so there's obviously there's value, and then there's production, which I guess are a little bit of a distinct thing, right? Like that's, and then there's even the economy within the specific league itself, without getting too deep into the weeds there. But like in general, you're right. Like that, he's a guy that's right on that borderline at 26. His ADP on DLF is wide receiver 11, and his production has never quite matched that value. Even though when you watch him, he jumps off the page as a guy. I know they're just numbers on a page to you, but when you watch him, he's an alpha. Like do the numbers behind, like, does he look like an alpha when you're looking at his overall production, or does he look more like a guy that's that, wide receiver two?
Not really the way I do it. I think he's a great player. I think that's established. That's why we like him so much. Because he was hated by analytics Twitter before he came out as well, and that adds an extra. I always think when one of those guys breaks out, like, we like him just a little bit more. It's like just sticking it to the nerd, because I really didn't like his rookie profile. I'm one of those nerds. Overall, yeah, he's. an alpha, I guess. I don't really subscribe to the idea. He's a dominant wide receiver at the position in terms of volume. He's definitely talented. He's going to maintain that role. I don't care about his age necessarily because I don't think he's going to break a hip next week because he's 26. And I think those guys start to get undervalued. What's interesting is that older players are normally interesting because they're undervalued a little bit. He is valued per ADP where he should be, a top 12 wide receiver who's his career arc, if you ignore age, it's really solid. This was his best, most common year for a player to break out into the top 12 with his career arc was this year. But I mean, it's not like he's had an improvement at quarterback. So it's a little hard to tag him with that. And an individual player isn't the average. You kind of got to ignore the average a little bit. But we are running out of years to see it. If he doesn't do it next year, so he's not a points player next year, I definitely don't think you're getting more in a trade for him than you would right now, which means if you're rostered, like you said, there's a difference between roster and production. It depends on your situation. If your team's not a clear winner right now, I don't think rostering Terry McLaurin is a good bet to increase in value. But if you're not a contender right now, it's really, for the same reason, it's really hard to buy in or trade for him off of a contender because he's like wide receiver, 18 right now? So he's useful. But if you're trading someone like, I don't know, Cordero Patterson, who's like a top 8 running back right now, but definitely only has this year value in Dynasty, even if he does well again next year, I don't think we're going to value him like that. He's just a difficult trade, no matter what situation you're in. And yet you, I, and everyone will probably rank him there, and no one will really value him there. It's one of those weird things about ranks and ADP and actual values. You know what I mean? That's why I think Cooper's pointing him out as someone that's a little bit weird. It's true.
Yeah, because if you look at the guys after him, it's not like you've got a bunch of 22-year-olds ready to jump him. Like maybe Jalen Waddle does. That's the only one that I can see that is kind of below. But T. Higgins is 22. He's the wide receiver 15 in ADP. I don't really see him jumping Terry McLaurin in the offseason. Like that, I don't think he's going to get valued enough to be ahead of him. Maybe Debo, but Debo's 25. Like all those guys, Debo's 25, Deontay's 25.
Yeah, but Debo's a year younger, and this will be his second top 12 points per game season. And he's actually he's like wide receiver 2 right now. And he's below Terry McLaurin. That, even from a production standpoint, Terry McLaurin's a weird buy. He's a weird, not buy or sell, but if he's on your roster, I don't know what to do with him. If I'm winning, he's not really scoring me enough points consistently that I think he's a difference maker, but he's definitely good. And you want him as a wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, flex decision, whatever. But so he's probably a sell. If I'm competing, I'm probably adding something to Terry McLaurin or getting something with Debo to give them Terry McLaurin. But I don't think anyone not competing is looking to do that. That's what I mean. His value does not, in no situation can we value him where we value him, and yet we do.
You got the cases obviously of Cooper Kupp and Stephon Diggs and Devonta Adams and those guys who are a little bit older. But I think one of the things that sometimes we miss is just because a guy gets older doesn't mean that that's not somebody you want to have on your roster. It's just that if you acquire them, you are probably buying them for the remainder of their career. And it's trying to choose the right ones, like, are you going to buy into Julio Jones for the remainder of his career, or like AJ Green? Obviously, the better investment would have been Julio, right? But towards the end there, his production wasn't. AJ's production wasn't.
I was going to say AJ Green's actually been better this year in terms of fantasy. Yeah. So,
but leading up to it, you couldn't get a first for Julio Jones for the last 3 years. No. But his production, at least 3 years ago, 2 years ago, felt a lot better when he was on the field. So I don't mind buying into Cooper Kupp for the duration of his career, but he's never going to be more valuable than he is right now.
Well, that's the thing, though. We just compared him to Julio Jones. Terry McLaurin's never done anything like that. He's never had a season like Deebo Samuel's having right now. I mean, that's the thing. Like, older players, you've mentioned Devonta Adams and Cooper Kupp. He's probably never going to produce like they're producing this year, or they've produced consistently, actually, throughout their careers. Like, it's a weird one. I think Cooper's onto something. if he's on your roster, you definitely have to think real hard about what to do with him, because I don't know you get more from him at any point, even though he still hasn't hit the top 12. And he could, like you said, he could easily do that next year in isolation. Terry McLaurin's perfectly capable of finishing the top 12 for the next 2 years.
If Deshaun Watson's his quarterback, he probably does that, right?
It's just
Taylor Heineke, maybe not.
Let's not get into quarterback talk. I'm not doing it. I try to avoid quarterback talk so much, and we always end up there. He's interesting for that reason. Is there anyone else in the top? I actually haven't looked up the ADP. I'm actually looking at raw stats from this season. But anyone else that sticks out to you who's just a little bit misdrafted, missed ADP'd right now?
Oh, in terms of misdrafted? Oh, that's a good question. Gosh. Tyreek Hill being wide receiver 6 at 27 is an interesting one to me too, because for a guy that relies on speed, now does his speed age the way Deshaun Jackson's does? Like Deshaun Jackson's never not been fast. Or is he one of those that as he gets a little bit older, is his speed going to diminish some? So to me, he's kind of an interesting one. I think Peter, did you freeze? Did I freeze? Oh. If you're in the chat, can you hear me? Is Peter frozen or am I frozen? I think it might be Peter that's frozen. Well, if he is, I will take some of this. And he pulled up this question of what's the trade value of Tua and Mac. Player-wise, no picks. Yeah, I think Peter is out. So, hey, I will take the reins, and we're going to have a conversation, me and you here in the chat. So this is the Dynasty Grind. If you're confused, it's not Ask DLF, which normally is where you would see me.
Hey, Cal, what happened there? I have honestly no idea. I checked everything. Like I got... Anyway, sorry. I don't know what you said, but I assume it was.
You know if it was you frozen or me. I was just resetting, sort of buying time.
Yeah, I just restarted. Sorry, everyone. Yeah. I assume it was very profound, and I will never now be good at fantasy football because I missed it. I actually was thinking about the questions while I was off because I could see them still. Jackson, this question about Tua Mac, it really depends if it's Superflex. If it's Superflex, they're worth something. If it's not, then they're not worth anything because they're quarterbacks. I really like buying into both right now, though, because of their value. JT all day. Hey, buddy. Can you help me understand how to sacrifice win now for youth? It's so situational. Cal, do you have a generic answer for that? Honestly, if your all play win percentage isn't over 50% by week 4, I'm normally already trying to sell out. You kind of feel it by week 4, I think.
Yeah, so to me, I think the right thing is you're trying to, if let's say I'm rebuilding, so that's the best way I know how to think about it. I want wide receivers because, as you mentioned at the top, their window is going to be a little bit longer. Then once I've got those wide receivers in place, then I'm trying to add running backs that are you're trying to time up their primes, right? Like look around at the teams that win in your dynasty leagues. Doesn't look like your redraft leagues. It's a stacked team that has a ton of talent on it. So you're trying to time those up. So how to sacrifice win now for youth? Like I think if you have a team that was ready to win and you lost Derrick Henry, you lost Calvin Ridley, I'm probably trying to sell some of my youth to try to get some stuff win now. But he mentioned Swift and Chase and CeeDee Lamb. Like, no, I'm keeping those guys. Like, they're producing and they're young. Why would I get them off of my roster?
Pretty much. The difficult thing about young players who are producing is, while it's good to sell at peak value pretty much for any player, or any position in any format, like, their value isn't going anywhere. They could literally do nothing from here until next season, and everyone's going to have them in the top 3. So that's why there's literally no reason to move them unless you are win now and you're like, I can get Cup and I can get friggin' Joe Mixon this week and a first. Sure, let's go. Then maybe. Right. Outside of that, that's a weird thing about having those peak value players. You have to be able to get a whole horde for them in value and you'll probably miss on all of it. So try and use those picks to get more good players, or you're trying to get value back, which is an unusual situation to do while trading for win now players. And so they're very untradeable, except in this very specific situation. It's like Kyle Pitts, his value got so high that he basically became untradeable, but the production hasn't happened yet, apart from a few games this year, which makes him this really weird player to have. Like even when he produces, and he will, and he'll keep producing. Like, when do you trade him? Like, we already put him up, and so you already bought a peak. So how do you turn a profit on that? I'm just hoping I'm triggering Bob Gilchrist right now. As far as win now, if you honest when to sell, it's honestly a feeling trade by trade, but you should always be trying to win. And then when you decide you're probably not going to, you just flip the switch every year. I'm not one for rising and then rebuilding and turning it. I'm constantly trying to move my roster. I think I don't know if that's different, but it seems to result in different results for me. Instead of thinking of win now, black and white, it's kind of a gray. It's always a gray, and I'm approaching it one way or the other depending on where I'm at in my season. Dynasty was my favorite form of fantasy. This is the one that made me laugh while I was somehow kicked out. Fantasy football, but I suck at it. I think that's the true truth of Dynasty. I think that's what gets us in and keeps us here. The belief that everyone else is good and I suck. Honestly, we all feel like that, especially by week 13. We all hate it right now. It's week 13. Everyone, except for those two teams, hates fantasy football right now. And Dynasty, welcome to the club, Philip. That's all of us. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've gotten so far behind in these questions, I feel like I'm monopolizing. Feel free to jump in.
Yeah.
You have more interesting things to say. JT, so mostly when should I swap all of those running backs? All right, I'm going to default to this. It's not about the timing, it's about the trade. Like, even if you're winning right now, if someone offers you 3 firsts of Joe Mixon, you take it. I mean, Dynasty is part of it's that way. You're not getting that, which is why I can safely say that. Right. But it's always about the trade, especially in Dynasty. You always have to have one eye on that value. I do think there's a point at which you just, take your foot off the brake and let yourself roll downhill, because you got to get some wins somehow. One win will pay for your next 3 years. That makes it worth it just financially, if nothing else. Also, it's nice to win. So at some point, you just take the foot off the brake. But it's like you're in the playoffs. You've got to buy. There's still a week left in your trade deadline. Then take your foot off the gas. Outside of that, you always it's about the trade. If you get a good trade, if you can get a good trade that you really like, you do it. That's where I'm at anyway. Cal, am I wrong on that?
No,
it seems a little too balls to the walls, but I do think that's where I'm at. Sorry, Cal.
and you're also trying to figure out, like, I think with this team, like, you might could go back to back, right? Like, this is if you go back up here, he had CD, Swift, and Chase, and he's got Chubb, Zeke, and Mixon. Like, there's a chance he is competitive next year too. So, like you said, if somebody blows me away with a trade offer, great. But I don't know if I'm built to compete and have a really good season, that I'm necessarily looking to be offering a lot of those trades. Now, I will say, Zeke, Chubb, if your wide receiver core is like Tyler Lockett and Amari Cooper, like,
are we going again? I don't know if it's just Cal or just me again. Let me know if I'm still here, because I can't see Cal right now. I don't know. Cal, I heard your voice there for a second.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you are, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, we have some connection issues here.
I guess. I don't know if this is my fault or your fault, but I'm going to get to the bottom of it and then blame myself anyway.
I blame Russ, honestly.
That's actually, he's infiltrating from the back.
Yeah.
That's actually probably true. I'm going to stop opening up this sheet, by the way, because every time I click on it, that happens. So correlation and causation maybe, but still. What I was going to ask, is Chubb playing? I can't remember if Chubb's playing right now. He's back. He's healthy. He's going to play. All right.
He played this past week. He didn't produce very much. I think that's part of why.
No.
Yeah.
Slow return. That's Actually, something I wanted to ask you about, especially with waivers right now heading towards the playoffs. One of the reasons I dislike a trade deadline is how many games do you have to see out of a running back or a wide receiver from this point before you feel comfortable starting them in a sudden death round? Like, what's the point of waivers at this point? You know, like Alexander Madison is meant to be a top 4 running back this week, or top 5, or top 8, whatever. Makes perfect sense. If you're already getting into sudden death, that's a real difficult start for me. When I've got like Myles Gaskin on the bench, and at least I've got a floor of 4 points,
Right,
and a ceiling of 30, whatever.
Myles Gaskins is such an interesting one too, because he's one that has had such a weird season. It's been so up and down. That's one that I've had a tough time knowing when to start, and because of his up and down, when I feel like I start him on the wrong weeks.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. I do think there's a trend of more consistent usage recently, but that's the thing. That's what I mean. If you pick someone off waivers, hopefully you're not having to replace a running back 1. So it's really a running back 2 or a flex spot. And you've probably already got flex spots that you like to use. I know. I always feel weird about these late season. Again, I finished running back 5s. I'm like, if you're in sudden death, I feel like I don't know. So I thought I'd throw it to you because I honestly don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, honestly, with Madison and the other one now, like we've got, Chuba Hubbard, Chuba Hubbard. Are we going to be putting him in our lineup when they come back off a bye here? Because the next time you start him is going to be week 14.
That's the thing. And it's also part of the conversation. Earlier this season, people were saying you shouldn't blow all your fab. It's like, at least you're going to get a chance to know if you want to start them. That was part of the what sways me for it. Ed Franz, this is the right idea, but if you don't sell Zeke and Chubb now, you're not going to do it. Just keep them for next season. Like, if you don't sell them to a contender right now, then value's not going to move. Like, Nick Chubb was strangely high in ADP. I was hoping I was going to be higher on him the most, but we kept him in the top 12 all offseason, despite Kamara and growing age, because we know he's great, frankly. But this offseason, I really think the age of the best running backs in the league right now is going to start triggering some dynasty folks. I think their value is going to be a little hard to get.
Try to sell one of these guys to the Dalvin Cook owner right now. I think that would be the best move to me.
Yeah, if you have, and it's definitely a selling out, and do it now, not later. It's like he said, sell after the season. I think it's too late to try after the season. I mean, you can, but I think it's the wrong time. In a 10-team super flex, need a QB for the playoffs. Traded Watson, Jacobs, and A-Rob for a top 3 first for Burrow. I don't hate it. I mean, Burrow, QBs are insanely.
You got Burrow, Akers, and a late first. First of all, how is Jacob still like 24 years old? How is that possible? I feel like he's been around forever. How is he the same age as Elijah Mitchell? I don't understand. Right? But yeah, I mean, look, you're still getting. This is a good. This is the right kind of trade, I think, because he's getting somebody that can help him now in a super flex. He says he needs a QB. He's getting Burrow. He's going to be able to help him. He's still maintaining a first, so he doesn't have a top 3, but he still stays in the first round. So he's still going to get something of value to help him later. And he's still adding Akers. So he's giving up Jacobs and A-Rob, both probably descending type assets. Watson is a who knows. If he does play, he's going to be great. But I like this because it isn't a complete like, hey, I'm selling everybody who's going to raise in value for people who are going to all descend. He's still got some of these, still getting a first. And still getting Akers, who's going to rise in value too.
Sorry, you fuzzed out there for a minute. I was gonna give you a stone word. No, I like that. I think you've sold a bunch of hopes and dreams for a solid QB1 for the next few years. I think, you sold everyone. This guy obviously hopes Watson's going to come back to the league, and Jacobs can finally be a top 12, and A-Rob can finally be A-Rob again, plus a first 3-round pick, and all of those could fail by this time next year. I love the trade. You've sold a package, which is always a good thing. Getting a good player for a package, you tend to favor the best player in the deal. And I'm not sure about any of these players or that top 3 pick. I don't care. I think it's a move. The only hesitation I have is I like Burrow. I think he's top 12 in Dynasty for sure. but he's not normally the quarterback I focus, which is probably why you got it. You also got Akers in a late first. Like this is a walk-off. I think it's a great trade. Thought of CEH as a player and trade value. I don't think his value is anywhere near where I'd be comfortable selling him. He's like Terry McLaurin. Like if I've got him on my roster and I'm losing, I want to get rid of him, but I honestly don't see the reason to, if you know what I mean. Hey, Josh Jacobs, David Montgomery, he can, believe it or not, have a top 12 week. He's probably a top 24 running back the rest of his career, and he's on Kansas City, so there's always that upside. That's where he's at. His value right now is probably a late first, and I would not trade that. Don't you think? You know, no one's given. I would be surprised if you get at this point in the season.
I don't know if you're getting a first, because I guess
exactly.
Typically, the person who believed the most in Clyde Edwards-Helaire already has them on their roster. So you would be if you have him on your roster right now, you're the most likely person to to pursue in a trade for Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So you're dealing with trying to trade him to somebody who probably doesn't like him as much as you did, and there's some interesting trades. I don't know if you spend much time on the DLF Trade Finder, but this is one of the things I love to go check out. So this is an interesting one that went down yesterday. Clyde Edwards-Helaire and 2 seconds for Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, Dalvin Cook side. I put it this way: we've seen what Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I think the only wiggle room here is some people think they'll draft another running. No, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a running back. This is what you're getting, and we've seen what it is. And it's fine. It's just not the heights of Jonathan Taylor that we hoped it could be because of Kansas City. So if you want to trade him away, you probably have to put him with something and go get you have to make a package. Like I said, adding 2 seconds to get Cook, who's got injury concerns. So I take the Cook side on that. That's the way to get out of Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I don't know I'm going for Cook because if I'm not playing for right now, I'm probably trying to put something together for Clyde. But then again, it depends where these players are. So where is T. Higgins? Where's Chase Claypool, who I think is a really interesting wide receiver prospect right now? Brandon Ayuk and Claypool both look like buys now. I think people have figured out that Ayuk didn't stop being good. It's just that Deebo Samuel is the main volume getter in that offense, and now they found a way to get them both on the field. But Claypool has been consistently scoring points recently, so I'm worried the value potential of him is going to dry up soon.
Yeah, I think.
But anyway, I'd go get Chase Claypool if you're trying to get rid of Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Let's go to the wide receiver position, you know.
Right, and probably maybe even go for somebody, maybe a good young wide receiver. But it depends on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to rebuild, yes, then I want to get running backs off my team, and I want to get wide receivers. You mentioned something interesting there. I think so many times the value built into him is the opportunity cost that people took him over Jonathan Taylor, and we've almost got to get rid of that mindset and view him as what he is.
That's a good point. I get stuck in what's a fancy pretending to be smart way of saying that? I forget what it is. Sunk opportunity cost or something. Sunk cost. That's what I've heard DFS bros talk about that. And it's really hard to know when you're just waiting to see how it works out. Like especially early in a career, at what point do I say I was right or wrong? And I mean, Michael Pittman's doing a lot more than I would have expected based on his rookie season right now, so it can't happen. And at what point am I just clinging to something that didn't work out, like Jalen Reagor, you know? I have somewhat developed lines for myself, especially after you've seen the first year. It's just worth bailing if you haven't seen it. So it's definitely time to do that with Clyde Edwards-Helaire. If you're still hoping he's Jonathan Taylor just equal in fantasy points, it's no. And tend to be, just as a general rule, you should be quicker to react to running backs and wide receivers because running backs production comes a lot quicker and a lot earlier in their career. In general. Actually, that reminds me, I did put one of these notes on here. Like, is Trey Sermon interesting to you at all in Dynasty? Like, would you roster him? Would you rather just not? If waiver wire him just to have the roster space?
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, okay.
I don't want him.
Just checking.
Yeah, the organization is telling me now he was somebody that I liked going into the season. I was really big on Trey Sermon, but the organization pretty quickly said, "Hey, this Elijah Mitchell guy is way better."
And also, just even if Elijah Mitchell isn't around, why don't you just stay there anyway, buddy? Like that was a real concerning sign early when he was just a healthy scratch. It's like you don't even want him to suit. No, okay, that's not a good sign. Just checking, because who was it last year that we did this to, a late first round pick? And I find him on waiver. He was in Tampa Bay, right?
Keyshawn Vaughn.
I find him on waivers, and when I've got empty dead cap on the bottom of my roster, I'm like, well, run back. You never know. He'd only have to score a touchdown before someone would believe again, right? But yeah, ultimately, no.
Do you think if you weren't competing right now, you could trade Clyde Edwards-Helaire for J.K. Dobbins?
It depends on the team that's got J.K. Dobbins, I guess.
Yeah, that might be my number one. Like, if I could do that, I would love that. Because I think if you had a healthy J.K. Dobbins this year, he's probably like the RB2 or 3. In terms of that.
I'm catching up on all these messages, and it's just a whole bunch of, what's wrong with Peter? He's frozen. Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't know why I chose to live in the middle of nowhere, but I did. No, I think that's interesting, especially since I normally don't trade for running backs for the future. But like ETN and Dobbins are young players when older running backs value is going to start getting riskier and riskier this offseason, I think. So, yeah, I think they're interesting this year. I'm kind of... I know, like the limiting factor on Dobbins was the offense doesn't lend to the type of opportunity share because you've got Lamar Jackson on the damn team, where his top 12 outcome. And it's the same with Cam Akers. I really think there would have been more of a committee with Akers and Henderson this year than we were hoping for. And Gibson as well. They look like potential top 12, but they were already valued there. But if their value has dropped because people have short memories, they're definitely interesting because they are young and they all have shown in different ways measures of talent that it's hard to acquire. So I think those young running backs are interesting this year.
For the JT detractors, speaking of this guy here, JT all day, that was the knock on him, right? Like people that said, hey, Nyheim Hines is going to take away too much from him. Marlon Mack's going to take away from him. And all he's done is go out there and prove that he deserves more carries. And to Frank Reich's credit, he's given him more carries. I think that's what you're hoping for with a J.K. Dobbins.
And what is Dobbins' value? I guess he's asking just in straight draft capital. Like, is he worth 1 or 2 first-round picks kind of a thing?
In a 1 QB, I'd be fine with 2. Well, gosh, I don't know that you have to pay 2 1s.
It's like between the 2, isn't it? Like 1.5.
For a guy that's out with an ACL right now, I don't know that I'm paying that. I guess that would be tough.
I think to do. I think it's almost a first and a Clyde Edwards-Helaire or a David Montgomery or a usable running back. We know they're good. We know we're probably going to get volume. They can score more points than whoever you draft. But yeah, it's in and around there, Joe. Hopefully that helps. Even gents, appreciate the content as always. I don't always agree with the viewpoints. Good, because honestly, if we all thought like me, we'd all be losing and winning at the exact same times, and that wouldn't be fun for anyone. Thanks, Dustin. But I feel like my Dynasty knowledge improves every week, learning about different perspectives and strategies. I really appreciate you taking the time to say that, man, because honestly, that's awesome to hear. I just enjoy talking. Like I was telling Russ last week, an excuse to talk to 20 people a week about Dynasty football when no one in my actual life could give a crap.
That's right. That in my soul, Peter. That's
exactly right. It's like, other people that care. This is awesome.
Yep.
Thanks for the value. Okay. I really want to around Max. I think Max undervalued because he's not Patrick Mahomes, but I think this guy is going to be a startable quarterback for the next God knows how long, especially as long as Bill Belichick's coaching. And I really think we're seeing positive things from Tua, not from the team. Like the team seems to feel weirdly about Tua, but I've not seen, when healthy and on a football field, Tua Tagovailoa has top 12 upside in the NFL. If the team will maybe the team will ruin him, but the players got it. I really do think that. And so he's he's one of the quarterbacks I would aim for this offseason. So
What would
where
they?
my value on is probably too high, but I
Yeah.
would easily pay 2 firsts for Tua and try to get a first, 2 firsts between their value for Mac. But Superflex is tricky.
What would the team do differently if they were trying to intentionally ruin Tua? I feel like this is the blueprint.
It's a fair question. Yeah. Especially smear his name in the press. That'd be a good one. Like, I don't know if he's good. I don't know if we can we trade for that guy who's got legal issues, maybe?
Yeah, constantly leak that you're trying to trade for someone with multiple sexual assault accusations, and like it's. I think Mac's worth 2 first. I think he's like
Easy.
you said, he's a guy that we shouldn't have been taking him 5th of the 5 quarterbacks. That's for sure. He's proven himself plenty capable, and I think he's worth that. Tua, the only hesitation is I think it's likely somebody is going to want him to start for them next year, but I don't know that it's Miami. And what does that mean?
Miami could be such a good fantasy opportunity. Not that they care about fantasy, if they would just stop fucking up. Like the number of good players I've had pass through it, and the potential for that team under Tua to gel with Gas. I know no one likes Gaskin, but his receiving skill set really seems to mesh with their offense. Jalen Waddle's killing it. Devontae Parker's been significantly good. Not everything we ever hoped for, but like he's a player. He can play. Like if it could just gel. And they seem like ferociously against that idea. You know what I mean? Like, no. Speaking of which, you mentioned what else would they do? Like, is Andy Dalton better than Justin Fields now? And is Zach Wilson canceled? Those are 2 of the questions I wrote down because I think like I'm a 12-year-old girl on TikTok. But like Andy Dalton's better for fantasy right now for us, I think. But like I seriously like Tua. Like I really thought Justin Fields was good and is good, but the offense doesn't seem to. I don't know. What do you think? Quarterback evaluation. It's all on you. Go.
I think we do this too quickly. A lot of times, like, what week was it that Jonathan Taylor actually became good last year in his rookie year? Right, like. We had people questioning him as late as like week 10 or 11. Nyheim Hines had outscored him in fantasy leagues at that point. He was announced as the starter, and then all of a sudden JT went off to close the year. So I think sometimes we just do this a little bit too early, especially with quarterback, especially when they're in terrible situations. And I would obviously say that the New York Jets is just a terrible situation. That's not, that they're awful. And can they find a way to pull it together? Man, they really need to invest a lot in building that offense around him if they are. But he's got to improve.
That's fair to say with both. Isn't that like we were just talking about Miami? Like if you want a quarterback to succeed, you have to work on making a team for them.
Yes.
Like that's definitely a problem for Justin Fields. No offense to Darnell Mooney, who I love because he's a 4th-round pick, but like you have to work with that quarterback. Actually, sorry. And they just don't seem to be willing to. Zach Wilson, I don't know. He just doesn't seem to be translating to the NFL. His accuracy's off. I'm honestly really concerned selling. And I know it's too early, but that's where I'm at. With Zach Wilson, because I have yet to see anything to measure up to the fact that he was ranked over these other quarterbacks outside of his draft capital. He wasn't overly accurate in college. He's not overly accurate in the NFL. But something I was thinking about quarterback evaluation wise is like Kirk Cousins is having like just the most baller season, like an amazing quarterback season, kind of underrated in some spots, but is, he's kind of off the charts in terms of accuracy. And it, you really get helped out by Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson. That helps.
It helps.
But all I keep thinking about is when that big conversation behind Robert Griffin, you had, I can't even remember the other guy's name, the 2 backup quarterbacks with no draft capital. And Kirk Cousins was just famous for being able to score you 3 touchdowns or 4 interceptions. Yeah. It was one or the other. And we honestly thought this wasn't going to work out. And then he does fairly well with Washington, despite those 4 touchdown games, 4 interception games, gets traded to Minnesota. And now he's seriously part of a really powerful offense. And having his performance is measured as high as it can get this season. Like how many quarterbacks just need that time that won't get it?
And super efficient, and went to a place where their identity was built on running the football, and then he got to throw to some great, tremendous wide receivers. And I look at what Zach Wilson has. He doesn't have that. Now, Zach, to me, I think it's a great comparison with Cousins. To me, I heard somebody compare him to Jay Cutler, and I just love that. I think he's got some of that in him, without the early season benefit of having a guy like Shanahan helping him develop. Like, I don't know that he's got that,
Yeah, I just see the part to pay attention to there is Cousins' career is really bizarre. That everything that happened to Griffin, that the team did roll him out and then got rid of him, but another team was really willing to kind of dive in. Like, the problem with Zach Wilson is, even if this is too early, the number of times a team really works to try to bring it out of even a quarterback normally isn't long enough. And I see that, or I seem to come to that conclusion a lot with the NFL, especially with undrafted free agents, a number that seem to just be put aside instead of fall off. And the number of quarterbacks who probably could get a lot better and do more in the NFL, they're just not going to get that time. And that's where my concern with Wilson is. It's not like, I don't think he can throw the ball. He seems to be needing longer time, and I'm not sure NFL teams really buy in that long. Especially the Jets. The Jets are just used to being bad. So like, oh, we did it wrong again. We'll try again. I don't know. What should we do with Waller? Sorry, I was trying to come up with another answer. There was an X-rated there. Give him a high five. I know what you mean, Joe Smith. He's very, like, him and Kelsey are both valued like tight end 4 or 5, I'm going to say. Roundabout was where ADP is going to come out. I want to know where the tier is. Because if we're really that concerned about them, like, if you're going to give me Waller or Kelsey for Mark Andrews plus, like I get a plus with Waller or Kelsey, then I'm buying Waller and Kelsey all day. If they're in the same tier and it's really just a young person, then nothing. There's nothing to be done.
Now, not with Kelsey, because I think Kelsey is still just continuing to be just a difference maker at the position. But Waller, even when he's been healthy, there's been some moments where you kind of feel like Renfro's taking some shine off of him, a little bit, and like is not quite what he was last year. Last year was a big time difference maker. He hasn't been this year. Mark Andrews, though, man, still just 25 years old, and he's been pretty close to what Kelsey's been. He's like very, very close. And if that offense really is opening up and throwing more, like they had said they were going to, and then they are, I think we missed the fact that he was going to benefit a lot from it. And he has. He's been really good.
Broad strokes, Joe Smith, like, if their value is their value, you don't have to trade your first round picks. We always talk in this capital language but then it leads to the idea, I have to trade my first round pick. I love trading my first round pick. You don't have to. But if they're in and around 1 first in a single QB, non-superflex, non-premium, just a regular league, then Waller and Kelsey are really big advantages to slide into your tight end slot any year. And I'm not worried that Travis Kelsey is now 50 years old. I think he's fine.
But now's not the time. Now's not the time to trade him. I don't think you're going to get a lot of
trade
value
him away. No, just keep him
no.
at this point. I think we're going to need to see more games before anyone will remember to overpay for them.
You just have to wait.
How do you feel about Watson? I just consider him retired. If he comes back, like Calvin Ridley, if they come back, I'll assess where they're going. and with Calvin Ridley, I want him more than probably most because I know what he's capable of. With Watson, with situations that are literally no one knows because it's reality, I just push him aside. I think everyone's looking to catch that edge. Like, what if Rob Gronkowski unretires? And obviously that can happen.
Right.
Unless it's severely discounted to the fact Rob Gronkowski was picked up off of waivers, for example, and so was Josh Gordon, and so was Browns receiver.
Oh, no, Odell?
No, further back than Josh Gordon. Remember that he had that amazing rookie season?
Braylon Edwards.
No, that's a good one. But I was thinking, oh God, what was his name? I forget. But it happens where they have their own. He chose not to come back. That was a weird part of like having a good rookie season. He had a He was suspended from the NFL and then chose not to come back to just have a regular life, I guess, for his own mental health. What was his name?
That was
I think,
that was one. Was he Jaguars though?
yeah, Jaguars. It was definitely Jaguars.
Justin Blackman. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was bugging the hell out of me.
Yeah.
It's Justin Blackman. We're all looking to catch that edge, and unless it's literally almost waiver wire value, I'm willing to just say no until they come back, because they're still going to be valued lower than their potential ceiling if they get back into the league. And so mostly that's how I play it. I'm not saying that's the smartest way. I know I make less mistakes that way. Like, they're retired until I hear otherwise. Cal, any thoughts?
Just if I've got a roster that could absorb losing him completely, I don't mind hanging on to him. If I get a decent roster, even decent offer on a roster that, you know, couldn't necessarily handle that that kind of a blow, then like if I could get a Mac Jones or a Tua maybe for him, I might be willing to do it.
Tell you what, that trade we saw earlier, the more I think about it, the more I like that trade. That's what I do with Watson if he's on my roster. I'm trying to put him together with something and go get like a high tier asset, hoping that residual, what Watson was capable of on the football field, carries the trade over. If he's on someone else's roster, I'm not trading anything I consider valuable, because again, to me, I'm just going to play it like he's not in the NFL until maybe he comes back.
Yeah.
Do you think Javonte this offseason will be like Akers from last offseason? Yeah, actually, that's not a bad corollary. Apart from the fact we see more from Javonte, the question here is going to be, he's great in that committee. Well, why would the team stop having a committee? Like, what's in it for the team? We think in fantasy terms too much. Like, if they would just let him off the hook, what? They would produce less than an amazing rushing offense. They don't need to adjust it. He's great in this committee, and Melvin Gordon's great with him. And that sucks for us, not for the team. Could Melvin Gordon retire, get traded, get contracted out? Sure. And I think he's going to be a top 5 dynasty running back, so the value's there for you. But I think it's worth paying attention to the fact that there's really no incentive for the team to stop doing this. It's just us. Am I too far?
The answer to the
off
question
there?
here, though, is absolutely. He's going to end up being a top 6 to 8. Like, that's exactly what Cam Akers was. I just looked in June, and he was a top 6 in terms of ADP. And I think that's absolutely going to happen with Javonte, because there are going to be people looking at, am I going to take Christian McCaffrey or Javonte Williams?
And legitimately. And then people are going to slide youth sometimes, at least. Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good.
They're going to say Saquon or Javonte, and they're going to say, I'd rather have Javonte. He's 21 years old. Like, we're going to fall in love with him the same way we did Akers. It's a great
I think we already have. I think we're set. You know, we're already we're past the courting stage. We're already picking out rings. Tell you what, the way you answer that question, it's like you've done this before or something. That was a really good way of framing that. And I would sell at that value. Like, I think Javonte is great. I think it's well deserved. What's the incentive for the team for stop having a great rushing offense? I'm trying to trade Mac in the Superflex. Is Mac in 2021 enough for DK? In a Superflex, you're overpaying drastically overpaying.
Don't undervalue. There's some weird leagues that don't value quarterbacks very high, and I know that sometimes you get yourself into a place where you can, where this is what you have to do. But you know, giving like without that kind of context, then 100%. I think Mac's worth 2 firsts by himself. So now you're saying 3 firsts for DK, and no, I'm not. That's way overpay.
I think that's a good point. Like, in your league, if quarterbacks are just not valued, then it doesn't really matter if they should be, if you know what I mean. Unless you want to create that necessity for yourself. I know a man that goes by the name of John Bosch, who in a league like that would just buy all the quarterbacks and wait for you all to sweat. Like, that's what he would probably do. So, that kind of context is necessary here. In any league I've played in that's Superflex, that's overpaying by 2 firsts. Value-wise, like if you give him Mac, he should owe you something with DK. So we're coming at it from 2 different directions here. And having said that, is DK Metcalf the new Tyler Lockett? I wrote it down. Because sometimes it's Lockett. Whenever it's DK, Lockett is dead. I told you he's old. And then whenever it's Lockett, everyone's like, oh no, DK's worth Mac Jones on a first. It's like, why doesn't Lockett get this treatment when he's having down weeks? It's just.
It's the way they look, right? Like,
that's
DK
their offense.
looks like he looks like Calvin Johnson. So as soon as he does something great, we're like, oh yeah, he's the best. And I think he is. I think he's part of that. Like,
I mean, he's ripped. That's true, and great. He's good.
He's part of that tier. He's probably a top 5 dynasty wide receiver right now, I would say.
It's like 24. So yeah,
24. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it because he's basically expensive Tyler Lockett because of their offense. They're both amazing, but it's one or the other, and you get like Tyler Lockett for free. So
Lockett's so good. He's underrated.
I know.
He's
it doesn't take away from DK. It's just, and people try and break down that offense. It's Pete's fault. It's Russ's fault. They need to let Russ. I just think that. Again, why would the team change? They've been to the Super Bowl. They're effective. They can win games when they want. I know it's been rough recently, but whatever this usage is of only using one at a time for some reason, they seem pretty addicted to it.
I think they're going to look very different next year. I do sort of think that is part of the thing you have to build in with DK a little bit. Is there was rumors about Russ wanting to leave last offseason. It got quiet all of a sudden. We stopped talking about it the same way we did Rodgers, but I think there's as much likely chance he's gone next year as there is Rodgers.
Yeah, situations change. That's fair. I think DK is a little more situation prone than Lockett as well. That doesn't mean he can't be good with another quarterback at all. I think that's another element to his game. That's fair. Really, Truth there. Welcome back. Boys, good to see you both. He's talking to you like you've been here all the time. Like, no, I've been here all along.
Yeah, when I've done stuff with Russ, he's on there, and then started paying attention to Tuesday nights. So yeah, good to see Ridley Truther and some of the other guys in the chat.
He's asking about Kamara on a contender, but with injuries. What do you do? Do you hold? Do you ride till the wheels fall off? It's all about the trade. I would send offers if you're in a situation to send offers with. Because you should always be sending offers until your trade deadline goes past and looking to improve your team. Honestly, that's the truth, because volume is the key to trading. I have recently learned it's not about almost anything else. But it really depends on the trade, man. I'm going to guess you're not going to get a trade I would accept for Kamara at this point. So you're riding, and that would be until the wheels fall off.
Yeah, at 26 years old, I think if you were looking to get out last offseason, probably was the best time to do so. If you've got him at this point, you're coming off of some injuries with what looks like it might be the worst offense in the NFL with the Saints. Like, they just look terrible. I don't know.
Taysom Hill Saints? You kidding me?
So I don't know if you know this, but I actually do love Taysom Hill. I'm glad he's going to start this week. But if he's going to run, now he's got a foot injury, he might not run as much. But if he's going to run that, we know that's going to limit the receptions for running backs, right? Like, that's kind of a statistical proven thing.
That's what happened last time, but I think it's a pretty high matchup, right? There should be volume, which will mean Kamara might still get reception. That's the thing. Matchups play almost as big a role as the concept of QB tendencies. And the thing about Kamara's receiving skill set is you don't have to be the best to get it to him, and he can do a lot with it.
Yeah,
because he is genuinely good. But I think that would be an expectation. Kamara a little lower than usual because of Taysom Hill, and Taysom Hill will at least expected to produce fantasy points again because he can run. Yeah. That's fair. Sell them all. Pick, I guess. But yeah, I'm probably riding till the wheels go off at this point. Who is that running back this year? The running back you should sell now instead of next year. Be asking this question about.
Yeah, it's a good question because, do you think that Saquon gets enough value over the offseason that you can flip him?
Yeah, there'll be some idiot like me in a league. If you want to sell Christian McCaffrey and Saquon Barkley, we'll be like, they're still good because they're older, and we'll purchase them or trade you for them. At a pretty decent clip, but there's going to be a discount. Yeah, I could see that.
Dalvin's 26. I mean, he's one that, like, it just depends on where his value is in the offseason too. But they're all getting to that point, right? Like Aaron Jones, we're past the time we probably should have sold him.
That's the thing. That's what I meant about the age of the best running backs in the league right now are too old for us to fall in love anymore.
Yeah.
In Dynasty, their numbers are going to drop. I noticed you didn't mention Derrick Henry, but despite how thick he is, probably similar thing. Which is going to mean some idiot like me is like, I still think they're good, and we're going to get blasted for it.
Yeah, look at all the volume he didn't get like this season, right? Like he's gonna be fresh for going into next season.
I'm trying
I'll
to
be able
think
to
of
talk
someone
myself
that
into him
doesn't
too.
feel, because who would have been Kamara last year? Someone that doesn't feel old, has a receiving skill set, but his value by this time next year, like not this off season, but the off season after, and we'll suddenly all hate. No, Austin Eckler, everyone hates him because he's got no draft capital, so probably that. Nick Chubb, too cheap.
He's probably too cheap just in general, I guess. Like maybe Mixon.
No, I mean it was a cheap shot. Everyone knows he's kind of aging at this point.
Maybe Mixon. I mean, I don't know if Mixon's earned enough of his value back by having a healthy season this year that he kind of becomes that guy that you can trade. And
where does Antonio Gibson fit in the value triangle here? Is he in that core? Because he's young, having a good season. I have like if we have another good, he's great player. Have another good season from him next year, and then it's the off season again, but it's still not everything some people thought it could be. Could be too late to sell him by then. That's stretching though. He's really young.
The thing that makes me most nervous about him is like, okay, but they got J.D. McKissick and they utilize him in the passing game the most. What if they had somebody who's like a better receiver than McKissick that can continue to take away from him? That's kind of the thing that would worry me about him, is maybe they don't see him, even though he was a wide receiver. It seems to make the most sense to us that he should be able to catch passes in this offense, but the team doesn't think so, or else they'd be using him that way, right?
That's how I run, but then you get Naheem Hines destroying Jonathan Taylor until now. So it can change, to be fair.
Right.
But overall, I'm with you on that. I'm not P2 Thar. That's how I'm saying it. Another night of cow. Yeah, an extra night of cow. That's why I'm here.
Hey.
Glad to see you too. Great show. Tim Harrison, what rounds you guys get back in a 20-team Superflex for Chuba Hubbard? Okay. What's the value of Chuba Hubbard right now?
Anytime, this is just a lot like rule for me. Anytime a backup running back drastically increases in value, I'm selling them.
That's fair. Running backs in general, actually, but go for it.
Alexander Madison is true of this. Like, Tyson Williams was like, to me, the classic example. Like all of a sudden he had value and you could get a second round pick for him. And I'm like, do it, please. And people are like, no, he's the best. I'm like, no, he's not. Sell him. But Chuba Hubbard is never going to be the featured back for an NFL team. So if you can get a second round pick for him, I don't care. It's a 20-team league. That's probably more value than you're going to get out of him.
I think that's a good rule of thumb. And Chubb was probably a second round pick this year, though, wasn't he? Second round rookie. Oh, was it a third?
Yeah.
Anyway, but if you're getting more, then you should trade him up. Add Chuba Hubbard to something. Go get someone on your real target list, if you know what I mean. It's not that Chuba's bad. I think he's a phenomenal rusher. I think he was good in college. Devalued for some things that really weren't for me about his performance. But we don't have Antonio Gibson expectations for him, even there. So if you can get more, package him, go get one of the elite guys as close as you can. I think that's a good way of looking at it. From you, Cal, not me. I was just talking. Kev Wheeler, Akers.
Akers on fire. Yeah.
Akers fire.
Yeah.
I thought he was talking about the thing I said earlier. Forget it. DK, worth a first and 2 seconds? Yes.
With 1 first and 2 seconds? And 1 QB? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And I keep saying this, and I don't really know how to bring it into the context, but 2 seconds are not the same as a first. I sometimes think we think of as a second as half a first-round pick. It's an exponential curve, It's worth a lot less. 2 seconds do not make up the value of a single first. So essentially here you're getting DK for a first and 2 gambles. It's fine. It's a good trade, I'd say. Is Winston worth the roster stash in 2 QB? Almost any quarterback who could start games is,
Especially
I mean,
2 QB at like if it's actually 2 QB and not super flex, 100 every quarterback who might get starts is worth rostering. Absolutely.
David Mills was a good, decent. Is he worth a roster spot this offseason? And I got like 2 starts out of him this season, and it was worth it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what a roster stash is for. So yeah, Winston. I think also Tyrod Taylor. He's played
Mhm.
games and probably will play games again this season. Those quarterbacks can at least do something and can start games are always worth a stash in 2 QB. Painful to say for me, but better than most wide receiver deep stashes. I've got way too many Isaiah Fords on my roster. It's just not. It's not.
Yeah.
If you've got another option like a quarterback, just go for it. In general, I'd say hold CMCH, but it depends on the trade, man. If you can package him with something to get one of those, I think that's where we ended it, right? One of those players that we like a lot more. That's what I what I try to do. And if you can't hold him, I'm not giving him away. Screw that. He's got a good name, good team. It's fine. Yes. Tim Harrison. Of course, Winston. Okay, he's just responding to that too, and already knows. So, cool. Stephen Peterson, thoughts on DK as a dynasty asset going forward? I've talked a lot and already did my whole weird rant about Lockett. So you go.
Going off as the in the latest ADP is the 9th player overall, the 4th wide receiver. Just a weird, like, I think my only hesitation for investing in him that much is the fact that that the offense could look completely different. I have no idea who's going to be his quarterback next year. Even if it's probably likely that it's Wilson, there's certainly a chance that it's somebody not him. But I don't think you can move him much further down than the wide receiver 5 or 6 at the most, because then you get into that tier of the Devontae Adams and all that. And he's 5 years younger than Devontae Adams. And he's going to be valued higher. So I think he's a very safe dynasty asset that's not going to lose a lot of value for sure.
I think he's one of the most physically gifted people, probably definitely players in the NFL. And I think that's overly attractive to us. I think we've been overly attracted to him since his rookie year. It sounds so much like dating sometimes. I apologize. And he's a great player, so I can understand it. But here's the thing: like the top 2 players in the NFL right now are on the opposite side of that scale. Like Cooper Kupp and Deebo Samuel, not 2 people you look at and go, "Wow, there's some alphas for you." And I mean, if you want to buy a stud with that level of potential, go buy AJ Brown.
Gosh. 100%. He has problems for another reason, right? Like his body seems to fail him a little bit. Like unfortunately,
but
recently.
That's the thing. I don't think no one's like, DK Metcalf, he's bad now. Well, no, it'll cycle back round to him. I don't think you're getting. There's not a buy window. As right now, people are genuinely concerned because there is risk that his injuries just continue to pile up. And I think he has displayed the upside we think DK could have consistently. You know.
100%. I think so. With the other guy, like Pittman, is a young guy that I think is kind of ascending as well, and so is Waddle. Now I know I've listened to you talk about Pittman, so I know he wasn't a guy you were big on. But what do you think about him as like the centerpiece of with the Colts, like kind of the main guy that is almost becoming like a must start, although I know the last couple weekends it wasn't quite as good with some difficult
12,
matchups.
4, and 13 points over the last 3 weeks. There's been a bit of a dip, but he's clearly the one. And you've heard me rant about Pittman, but someone has to like him because it could go either way. Genuinely, even though I'm bearish, there's a really good reason to be bullish. I mean, that's actually a really well-managed team. Jonathan Taylor covers a lot of hats. You know, he's going to drag that team along. We've seen what Michael Pittman can do. Top 12 wide receiver, successive weeks. Ultimately, I'm concerned the volume doesn't measure up to that top 12 production. As a wide receiver 1 on a fairly barren receiving core, his overall volume is a little lower than like Terry McLaurin's, for example, who's also on a more barren receiving core. Terry McLaurin has 26% target share. Michael Pittman has 21. Does that mean a hell of a lot? No, but I'm trying to look for edges against guys like Cal and Steven. Like, you're going to be taking some small shots, you know? As for the player, he's clearly very good in the NFL, so I don't have any concerns there. And I just think there's maybe less of a ceiling than we could hope. But, yeah, someone's got to be bullish on him because it could seriously work out. I've learned what bullish and bearish means, and I'm now just using them constantly. It was basically the subject of my entire Dynasty Crossroads episode this week. Bearish here, bullish there. I didn't know what they meant, so I Googled them. And now I can't
you're
stop.
obligated to
Now
use
I
them all the
can't.
time. Yeah.
No, it's like you know, when you learn something, you can't stop finding reasons to learn it. Like you learn a new word and it seems to fit into every sentence. That's what's going on with me right now. It fits into every Dynasty conversation. Cortland Sutton, I was reading my Michael Pittman note and I've got what Cortland Sutton next to it. Obviously, you know, he's been disappointing to say the least of the last 5. He's had 6, 3, 4, no, and 3 PPR points. And I would like to know who stole Jerry Jeudy's targets after he stole Sutton's targets, though, because they all seem to have disappeared, because that's not how volume works. But where are you at in Cortland Sutton? I feel like that's one of the dividing lines this offseason. You know, he'll be in his 4th season, right? So we're actually pretty far in to only have seen one top 24 performance. I actually think there's more concern there because I still think of him as a really young second-year Michael Pittman type player, and he's not. We're 4 years in now. So where are you at?
We like to make excuses for players not producing. What is that excuse for Sutton right now? What is the...
It's fair.
Are we blaming Teddy Bridgewater? Are we blaming, you know, having Jeudy and Tim Patrick and Noah Fant? Because he's still going to have those guys next year.
I mean, are we out on Jerry for the same reason? He hasn't produced the last 2 weeks. His targets are up to 3. You know, it's a terrible offense. I just think. Carry on. No, I asked you your point, and I'm trying to make mine in the middle of it. Go.
Well, I was just saying, I feel like with so many of these guys, sometimes you look at it and there's you know, you can look at Michael Pittman, and if he has a couple down weeks, you're like, hey, well, there's nobody else to throw to. So, you know, of course he's gonna, you know, not produce. I just don't know what that is for Cortland Sutton. And it seems like there was enough time for him to come back full strength to start the season, but you got a lot of stuff about oh, he's not quite ready, and there was some concerning things about the knee. But so maybe some people are going to try and blame it on that. I don't know. To me, I think he's one of those guys that I'm really concerned about, because I can't necessarily point to something and say I understand why he's not producing right now. I just feel like he is potentially just a little bit of a diminished version of what he was, and maybe it is that knee. Maybe it's, you know.
No, I honestly, genuinely just wanted to know what you thought. I'm not going to counter it. It's just because I don't know. It's been a confusing offense to try and understand what they might be going forward. I think that's fair. Joe Herbert, he has Burrow, Herbert, Rodgers, Love at QB, stacked at QB, apart from Love. You can trade him, by the way. He wants to package Rodgers and Hill for something in Superflex. And I can tell you, I don't know who's on the teams in your leagues, but the names that occur to me when you say Aaron Rodgers and Tyreek Hill as a package, I'm going to the top end. I want Justin Jefferson, I want Jamar Chase, and CeeDee Lamb is in there for me. Those are the first 3 players I would go to look for. What does that team need? What does it have? And that's how I would start looking for a trade for it. But that's a high-end package, so go get something on your, wish list. Your ultimate wish list.
Yeah.
Cal, anyone else is there anyone else you prefer to target?
It's almost like he's saying he wants to do he's saying rebuild, but this might just be a little bit of a restocking. I mean, you've got Burrow and Herbert in a super flex, so you probably are doing pretty well. Maybe you want to package Rodgers and Love and Hill together. I'd probably try to get all of them in there and try to sell it as oh, I got the guy in Green Bay, and the next guy. So just in case he leaves, you're still, or whatever. But
the backup,
yeah, I like what you're saying there. I don't think I'd be looking at anybody. Tyreek Hill is still going as the wide receiver 6 in ADP now, so I don't think I'd be looking for anybody below him. But the only names up above there: Chase, Jefferson, Lamb, Metcalf, Brown. I mean, that's I think you could work a deal out for some of them. But would you do Tyreek Hill and Rodgers for Metcalf? I don't know that I want to make that move.
I'd be real tempted if I was competitive, and that's it depends where those teams are. That's why I go look at those teams. You could also go the other way. I heard the word rebuild and was like, oh, wide receivers. But you could always go target Kyler Murray, Patrick Mahomes, those top tier quarterbacks. If you're honestly rebuilding, you can just try and stock your quarterbacks even heavier. Like buy a few years back on Rodgers, you using Tyreek Hill. I don't know. I'm doing that trade though. I think it's easier to target. That's why another reason I went for the wide receivers. I think the Jamar Chase owner might be interested in Tyreek Hill, who's doing what we think Jamar Chase is, top 6 wide receiver. Plus this year, a really good quarterback, whatever Rodgers is now.
You're probably targeting somebody who feels like they can win right now.
Yeah.
So, I almost feel like if you're going to do this, you're not going to get one of those guys that's producing a lot. So you almost have to do it the opposite way. Like if you're selling these guys, you have to be selling them to a competitor, and you may be looking for a guy like Waddle plus and try to
all the picks.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Something more along those lines.
Yeah, you could approach it that way too. Like your ideal, your wish list for the younger generation.
Yeah.
Or not even the younger generation, but they're not producing quite as much now. Whatever. Yeah, right. Waddle's a good one. So's Elijah Moore. I think Rondell Moore's interesting, but it depends who you like. I tell you what, I was talking with my Discord earlier today or something. The weird thing about Rashad Bateman is the hype is too big, but I agree with it. Like if it was any other player, I'd be like, sell this hype. Like he's not producing like Waddle and and yet he's valued above them or at least equal. And he's having a good rookie year. Don't get me wrong; it's crossing the threshold. I'm in, and I believe in the college profile. But like, it almost feels like he's boosted up a little bit by how much we love him already. Am I wrong on that, or is that just my little bubble?
I think I think somebody's always going to like him a little bit more than me.
Yeah. That's exactly it.
Again, like I liked him in college, and there's a lot of situations I probably would have liked him more. I know that the Ravens are throwing more, but they are throwing more. But he's getting some target volume. It just hasn't quite worked out. It's early. Yeah. I don't want to pronounce him dead. But
no.
Before he gets like six starts, or whatever he's got right now. That's ridiculous. Right. But I just there was a point in the offseason where his ADP was at a good place. I was like, oh wow, people are not overreacting. Like I thought he was going to be a lot higher. This is great. I don't mind investing in that, but I do think like he's going to be somebody that gets pushed up in the Brandon Ayuk like type where it was probably too high this offseason.
The thing is, Rashad Bateman, I feel like he should be looked at like Marshall based on the results. But I should like him because the volume's actually there. He's over 20% in target share. He's getting, he's worked his way into a role with an offense that's just rolling teams with Lamar Jackson. I mean, that's not an easy offense to be like, hey, you should give volume to me. And he's done it. So all that's positive. But like Terrence Marshall, like I feel like they should be valued closer and I should be higher on Bateman because of that. But instead, I know. You know what I'm trying to say, I guess. But like everyone's valuing him as if he's producing, even though he's not. But it's actually okay because he's actually getting the volume. And I slipped in a Terrence Marshall question. I'm not sure you noticed that.
We've almost. Where are you on Marshall right now? Because
I've been consistently lower than everyone everywhere, and this seems like. I root for players. Just to be real clear, there's not a player in the NFL I don't want to see meet their dreams. Like, I hope he completely bucks the trend, balls out, and makes bank, man. I really root for players, especially ones that don't, hurt people or commit crimes. But this is a concerning rookie year. This on every signal I can look at, this has been disappointing. Could he break that trend? Yes, definitely. But I was already lower, so I mean, it seemed. Confirmation bias activate, I guess. Yourself?
No, yes, 100%. And I'm actually an LSU fan, so I probably root for him more than most. And seeing him there with Joe Brady, I was like, oh, this is great. Joe Brady knows him. He wanted him. Like, oh, this is awesome.
Those first few weeks were actually impressive. The target share is like, oh, look, I'm going to be wrong.
But then you see him get a healthy scratch, and then the next thing I think is Denzel Mims. I think somebody like that where it's like, there's like some positive signs up front, but then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, why is he why is he a healthy scratch? Why did they not like Robbie Anderson hasn't been doing much? Like, why did they not
And I
want
love
somebody like
Robbie
him?
Anderson, but he
Yeah,
was not good with the volume he got. Like if
right.
he was underperforming that volume so hard, and to still not beat him out. He's a professional player who's been in the league for years, but not just push him a little bit.
Yeah.
It was worrying. Yeah, it's worrying. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Dimey Brown, one of my deeper ads that I really like. In the same way, just to show him fair, I would have drafted him in the second round, early second round, which Terrence Marshall was going with much higher NFL draft capital.
Mm-hmm.
I would have drafted Dimey Brown there. Similar problem. It's not that he's done anything bad; it's that he's not done anything, and that's worrying. So I thought I'd
Yes.
throw one of my own deep. He's on a lot of my teams, and it looks like I've bowed out in that one. So share the pain, you know.
Yep. I'm with you. You got to be able to be water, right? Like be able to adjust and look at what they're doing now. Like I think we love so many things about Brian Edwards, but at some point you have to say like, probably not going to be who we thought he was. I don't care that he broke out at 18.
Army Pool, what's Saquon's trade value right now? To a contender, you should definitely try and be sending trade offers right now because his value is going to drop this offseason. 2 first-round picks, value-wise, not that picks have to be involved, but like you can get Jalen Waddle plus, you can get Elijah Moore, you can get some of these young wide receivers that we really like plus a first-round pick. I think pretty easy. And I'm okay with that because I think Saquon's still going to be good next year. Is that too high? Too low? About average? Am I consensus over here?
Okay. There was a stat yesterday. I'm trying to look it up real quick. But he has not topped. It was about him not topping 60 rushing yards since let's see, week 16, 2019. It's the last time he had over 60 rushing yards. He's not. I don't know that he is who he was. I guess that's part. Like, but is there a change coming in coaching staff? Is there a possibility that there's something with the scheme, something with the personnel that's going to help improve? As currently constituted, like why is he going to be better than he's been this year? What's going to make him better next year than he's been the last 2 years? He's someone that if I've got him, I want to get out. I just that might make me miss him on like. I'm fine the fact that I missed on Mixon. I get that he's having a great year, but that was a tough investment after what he had done the 2 years previous.
I get your hesitancy because the amount we love Saquon Barkley, it feels like heresy to say anything other than go get him. But I mean, running backs are going to fall in value, especially the ones that have been in the league for a while. I think this year is about injuries and the team sucks, so he needs a little help and he's not getting it. And so ultimately, I think he's still good because I don't really make a lot of player assessments. I just see him earning the role when he is healthy. And the overly dominant role we expect from top 5 running backs. But you're right. It's concerning. I get it. And because value's going to drop, unless you're anything other than a contender, I think that's the right attitude. I get you. Armin, I don't know if you have him or you're not. You're trying to... Oh, you have him. Should I just hold? If you're trying to win this year, yeah, you keep Saquon Barkley. If you're kind of starting to look... You've got Swift and Gibson, though. I got to expect you're contending, honestly, if you've got Swift, right?
Yeah. Well, and now I guess Swift being hurt, like I guess that's...
that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
you're
know
contending and now you're worried you're not going to be. Yeah. Yeah. If you're turning towards next season, trade him now, probably. Not that he's going to stop being good. I honestly don't think so. It's just, I don't know you're going to get more for him over the next 4 months. Put it that way. If
he's got to be a part of a package. I like that he's looking for a running back and a wide receiver. You might have to it might have to be like one of those 6 or 7 person trades or something where you're getting, you're getting more value than, I'm trying to think. I don't even know what the right one would be for something like that, but you know what I'm saying? Like trying to package them together with something. I don't know that straight up you're going to get the kind of running back and wide receiver that you want.
Tell you what,
I,
so many of the questions that we get here about, well, could I see your league? Because
yeah,
if a
exactly.
contending team right now has Jamar Chase, I'd be like, you go try that guy. And
Yeah.
if the contending teams right now only have Devontae Adams and Cooper Kupp, it's more difficult to find a trade. But with the loss of Swift, if you are comfortable just fouling out, I would go look at the other contending teams, see who they've got, try and focus a wide receiver, and like Cal says, get a running back in return, but a wide receiver to kind of cushion that value. Because, yeah, I think that's a smart way of approaching it. So, are you going to add any other wide advice before I just continually keep interrupting you?
No, I think
this is why you stream with Tyler, man. I'm just not it.
No, I think his value is one of the tougher ones because but I think what's good is his value is still propped up. And look, obviously there's a chance he's a top 3 running back next year, right? Like, and you're just, but like you said, some of it's volume and some of it's like what kind of risk are you okay with? And if that you gotta, there's some personality that goes into that. But for me, I just feel like in places I've got him, I'm gonna be looking to get something else.
It's all about the offer, right? I mean, you can
Yeah.
trade him no matter how you feel. If you get a good offer for him right now, yeah, go for it. Don, how you doing? Hello from New Zealand. Wow, that's pretty cool. I'm contending team that was offered Gibson, Bateman, and a first for Diggs, Stevenson, and a second. Oh, that's tough. What do you think about the value of this trade? I think Diggs is the best player in the trade. Bateman's got the most value of anything in the trade, and that makes it difficult. It's kind of a situation thing. But like we were just talking about, Cal, like, I love Bateman. I think it's legitimate. But like there's a risk there. He's a rookie, and we haven't seen him do it just yet. Diggs is going to be Diggs next year. Did you see that clip today of him just like dancing around with the receiver?
No.
It's pretty fun. I felt like, yeah, it looks real old, look at those hips work.
Right.
But so it's a tough trade. If you're contending Diggs, just go get Diggs. That would be my feeling on it.
I almost feel like is that the right value? Because I feel like
it's a little off.
Yeah. Diggs is 27, so he's one of those that's kind of on that cusp, like we talked about earlier. But he doesn't win the same way that like a Julio or AJ does. Like he's always been really good at separation, always been really good at so I see him aging more like a DeAndre Hopkins or something, or like sorry, better than a DeAndre Hopkins. I think he's a safer. He's one of those, like we were talking about earlier, like I think you're making a decision on if you're going to buy the rest of someone's career. And I think he's somebody I'm very comfortable buying the rest of his career. I think he's going to be a top target getter. I don't know if that's the right word.
Whatever.
Yeah. Over the next 3 years, right?
Yeah. No, I think that's like the floor here is Diggs. Like you're good. If you've got Diggs, you're not going to lose this trade. But Bateman could legitimately make you feel like it this time next year. It's like 3 firsts for 2 firsts and a second, 2 seconds.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
If I'm a contender, yeah, sure, I'll just go take Diggs' production. But the value seems off. Like they're not giving me enough to get rid of Diggs. They're not giving me enough. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
I like Stevenson a little bit. Where are you on Stevenson?
He's a second-round pick. Like what you said about Chuba Hubbard earlier. I think player's fine. He's going to do stuff. I don't think the upside's there.
Yeah.
So if you can get that value on him right now.
I like that in New England he's getting playing time and worked himself into a split in the first year. That just doesn't happen a lot with Belichick. So I guess to that degree, I sort of like that. But I don't know that he's ever the guy that's going to catch a lot of passes.
Right. No, that's the thing. And Belichick should love that. If you're good at a job, he will use you for that job.
Right.
But New England running back problems pursue from there. I mean, LeGarrette Blount had that like incredible 20 touchdown season or whatever that one time. Stevenson can definitely fill that role, but I think right now, if you can get that value already, get it. And if not, then I like the player. I like the situation. And like you said, he definitely seems to be making waves. Jared Goodman, how do you value QBs in QB1? Don't know why I read that like it was a speak and spell. I've got Kyler, and I'm starting to question if it's worth having him or if I should go down a tier or two and pick. It's always a question that if you've got a player at peak value, should I trade them away? And the answer is yes, if you get a great trade, unfortunately. So what's a great trade for Kyler right now?
I guess I would ask Jared if you would feel this way if he wasn't coming off of a few weeks where you couldn't use him. Like if this was the beginning of the year where he was amazing, like I don't know that you're looking to get out of that. If this is I don't know how many teams are in your league. I guess I'll assume 12. He's a difference maker in a 12-team league, right? Like
value and production wise, that's actually what I was going to underline you here for, Jared. You don't have a timeline here. Kyler Murray is going to be a top 5 Superflex Dynasty asset in 7 months, this time next year. Like you don't have to trade him. If you want to get out, you have all the time in the world to find the trade that you want, because production, and he's young, and also these last 3 weeks have sucked, like Cal said. So let him play for a few weeks, and it'd still be a better time to make a trade. That's what I'd say.
He could close the year out extremely strong for you. Like it's if you go down and Carson Wentz is your starting quarterback or something, like you're just limiting your upside. Like you're not and now if there's a specific trade in a 1 QB, the thing is like, yeah, I'm going to value QBs less than in a super flex, but I'm not if I got a difference maker at that position, I'm also not going to just give them away unless I'm getting a ton of value back.
I tell you what, I forced it once because Jared, I had this exact same question once. I had Patrick Mahomes because I actually drafted him a lot in his rookie in Superflex because he fell to the Chiefs. He wasn't going to start. People were worried. I wasn't. Got lucky once, quit the QB evaluation game. I'm done. I got that's fine by me. But I tell you the trade, I couldn't find anyone to give me a good trade, but I did find someone willing to give me a promising young quarterback that I thought could be as good and more draft capital and value. It was Marcus Mariota. You really don't know you don't need to know what else was on that trade. And I got a pretty good trade, not good enough, but I was like, but if Marcus pays off, this trade pays off. Don't just trade because he's at peak. Wait till you find a great trade, or like Cal said, he's a difference maker when he plays. He can be. And I can promise, he's going to be a top 5 quarterback, and in Superflex, that's a top 5 value, like startup draft.
Yeah,
easily for the next day. You're under no time constraints here, so by all means, shop, but don't force it.
In a 1
you end up with Marcus Mariota, and it's terrible.
Yeah, like if I'm getting Trevor Lawrence and in a 1 QB, if I'm getting Trevor Lawrence and Ja'Marr Chase, then yeah, of course I'm doing something like that. But that's the kind of, I think that's kind of the kind of trade I'd have to get rid of him.
I don't know. I would. Like, I agree with getting Ja'Marr Chase, but here's the thing: like, both of them are like infinitely valued. Like, I don't know what the advantage of that is. Quarterback value is also more stable. It's harder to get. I mean, you can, by all means. That's a great trade. That just, if you just want to trade, that's what I'd be looking for. But if you're not competing right now, then you've got no pressure there to like get wide receiver points. And the quarterback, I don't know. But yeah, by all means, shot. Just don't feel pressured to do it. I don't think his value is going anywhere. Hey, Joanna, how you doing? Appreciate it.
What's up, Joe?
Back to you. Razy Play ZU? I think I said that right. Traded Tyreek Hill and Cole Beasley in a third, and I got CeeDee Lamb and David Montgomery. Yeah, I love that trade. You got CeeDee Lamb.
Well, and getting Montgomery, I think is
that's fine.
I like CD more than I like Hill in Dynasty, and I definitely like Montgomery more than Beasley.
That's what caused me to pause, like old wide receiver who's going to produce versus CeeDee Lamb who hasn't quite done that yet. But ultimate, CeeDee Lamb all day.
Yeah,
let's go.
Yes. Yep.
Ed Franz, Melvin Gordon in a UFA. I think they either re-sign him or replace him. They might that's. Yeah, I'm not against Javonte Williams. I think the love is real. I'm just like, I mean, I know we love Lamar Miller because of how efficient he was, and that's how far back this
Mm.
lesson goes. More like if they just gave him more volume, and then he gets traded, and it turns out it wasn't the volume that was a problem. Like he was good in a committee. Do I think Javonte Williams would dominate if there were like top 5 running back? Yes, I honestly do. But and that's why I default to the team could draft another good vet or sign another good vet if it's not Melvin Gordon. The team should love what they're getting out of these 2 players. There's no real reason for them to only want it to be one player. And so, like, I'm using that. Not that Javonte Williams might just be good in the committee, but that the team really has no reason to push it. If they can re-sign him, they will. I think I would. If I was a GM, this has been an amazing running back offense, at least. Cheap J.K. Dobbins or trade. Depends on the trade.
I'm keeping him. I'm 100% keeping him. And like his value right now at RB16 or whatever it is, like I just think he's going to be, by the time we get, he's going to be going so much higher than that by the time we get to June, July. You know, it's.
I think that's a good point. One I might have, I didn't even like. I didn't think of it. What a shocker! No, I honestly hadn't. But yeah, between now and the start of next season, his value should rise. That's a really good point. So even if you're out, then you should be in. Dobbins is a big time keep for me. Ed knows. I didn't know. Unless you need to part with, unless you're contending and you want to go buy a running back scoring points right now. Are there any running backs you would specifically target right now? Because I get this question a bit in DMs. Who I'm winning. Who do I trade for? I'm assuming I'm looking at running back. And I guess it's Joe Mixon right now. For the last few weeks, he's been amazing. He's projected high this season. And his value is low because he's older. Same with Austin Eckler, I guess. I could go
Fournette,
look, but I'm scared to flick on that sheet.
A good target if you're looking for somebody that's going to help you win now.
Actually, yeah.
And Cordero Patterson. I mean, he's the kind of guy that
again,
you probably get pretty cheap, and he's been awesome. Like you got some versatility with where you can play him on certain formats. But yeah, if you can play him at running back, that's a guy that was he 30, 31?
If you're just looking to stock a little bit, I still think James Robinson's putting up the volume and can score points. Miles Gaskin and Darrell Henderson a little bit still. Who earlier this season I was like, just trade a first for Henderson, but it's still the volume's still there. They're more difficult to start than the ones Cal just listed, but that also means you get them a little discount. If you're stocking up for the winter playoffs, then I think they're interesting as well.
James Conner maybe is another one.
Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah, exactly that tier as well. Chubb is a sell now. Yeah, that's fair. Most situations.
I just the thing is, I have a hard time with Chubb because I do think that
he's amazing.
If Hunt is gone, right? Because he's an undrafted or unrestricted free agent. So if he's gone and he gets this backfield more to himself, does that?
I don't know. Like they've both been top 12 running backs together on the same offense. I don't think they need each other to leave. And I think good players help each other by, moving the ball and whatever else. So yeah, if he stays or goes, I think there's very few running backs, I'll say, they're just obviously good. Saquon Barkley was one until Cal convinced me he sucks now. Cal literally said that Saquon Barkley sucks now. Nick Chubb's just so incredibly efficient at running. And normally I don't care about efficiency, but on that level of volume, it's incredibly striking once you get familiar, once you've looked at one good running back after another, like Adrian Peterson to Saquon Barkley to Christian McCaffrey. Nick Chubb's numbers stand out in terms of what he's able to do with that level of volume.
Yes.
That's why I'm pretty comfortable saying his talent, and rarely I talk about talent, is actually pretty good. But Ed's right. He's going to get older. The team's going to change. Hunt might not be that, and I don't know that helps him necessarily as hurts him because the team gets worse if Hunt's not there. If you don't sell him now, you're definitely going to, even if he produces, his value is definitely going to be down next offseason. So I think in most situations, Ed's right.
Yeah, the one thing I'm like giving up on with him is I really thought he could I thought he could outproduce his previous seasons in terms of targets and receptions.
That's fair. Yeah.
And I'm kind of giving up on that because even with Hunt out, his season high in targets is 4, and that was last week. That's just mostly 2s and 1s. That's
and
just
you're right. That's probably a Kareem Hunt thing. To be fair, when he's sucking up, what's been sucking up like I don't know, 20% target share.
Yeah.
It's just striking that it hasn't mattered. He's got 3.1 yards per snap. Like, as just a rusher, like Cal just said, as just mostly 4 targets max. The only other running back, like anywhere close to that with that level of volume, is Cordero Patterson, who's also part-time playing wide receiver.
Right.
But yeah. As Ed mentioned, as Cal mentioned, they're smart to do what they said. My running backs are Javonte Chase, Edmonds, David Montgomery as well. Solid, I guess. No, I got some questions about the running back core.
So he's asking, I think that goes back to his question about does he keep J.K. Dobbins or trade him? I think you keep him because
that's
you'll
the
be
best
able to
running back in the roster. Yeah.
Combine him with Javonte next year. That's going to be a good running back core.
In the reverse of what I just said about Chubb, and who were you talking about? Dobbins. His value is only going to increase from here,
right,
or stay the same. So you don't. There's no pressure if you get the trade that you had idealized getting. Trade it, obviously, but there's no pressure to. Jacob Blitzstein, which is a freaking awesome name, and I think that's actually your name. Blitzstein would. I'm sorry, that's
great.
An odd name. That's a pretty cool name.
Yes.
Doesn't even have to make cool screen names or go to. I really struggled over mine and I failed. It's just my name and I gave up at the end. And you just have a natural great screen name and I hate you for it. Not really, Jacob. Hi guys, please help me settle a debate. I'll try. And so will Cal. Would you rather have 2022? Who would you rather have in 22? I don't know why I can't read 2022. Gibson or Dillon? Oh, that's a good question. Gibson. Give me Gibson.
Gibson for me. I don't know if maybe I'm being stubborn on Dillon. I just didn't think he was that. I didn't think he was.
I'm being stubborn on Dillon. I'll fully admit it. I mean, he's got the thighs. Don't get me wrong. He's got the thighs for days. Also, I just haven't seen him co-op at least the targets, if nothing else. I'll bitch out and just say it's the targets. But really, it's just me being stubborn on Dillon. I'll take Gibson.
I think there's a chance he's got the backfield, I don't want to say to himself, but like closer to himself next year. But, he's, I don't know. I can't see. I feel like Gibson is a better bet for production. And a lot of that is how productive he's been so far versus Dillon. I don't know. Like I said, I might just be being stubborn on him, but
I've seen the volume from him on both rushing and receiving to at least threaten top 12 running back, and he's lower drafted. He's got everything I love. Okay,
yeah,
that's honestly why. In terms of, I think it's a fairly even debate. Dillon could easily rise from here, right? He had a great game a couple of days ago, but I think it's more likely to be Gibson, though, real terms. And we're projecting Dillon. Gibson's actually already doing it.
If Jordan Love is his quarterback, are you excited about Dillon at all?
If Eddie Lacy can't earn a bigger, a full-on top 5 running back share, and then Aaron Jones can't do it, I think the ceiling for Dillon might be limited.
Yeah.
You're gonna want to sell next year. I think we're already past that with Aaron Jones.
Because
to be fair, it paid off. He's continued to be good, so we're lucky. But I don't think it's a bad name to throw in the hat, though. It's fair. Chubb 2 is another good name in that. Ed Friends, Gibson greater than Dillon for me. Yeah, hey, look. We think the same as everyone else. That's probably actually disappointing, but Spark 498 trade away.
Ed's smart though. It makes me feel better when I agree with Ed.
Yeah, Ed's got it.
Yeah.
Trade away ETN to acquire Aaron Jones. Standard scoring. Are you winning? Yes, probably. I mean, Dillon's been threatening it lately, so it's a little bit of unsure. I wouldn't do it even. I would need I'd need draft capital on Aaron Jones' side.
If you're saying non-PPR, I don't know what the appeal for ETN is. I guess I have a hard time these are really two running backs I don't want.
Okay.
And especially if it's standard scoring, I just can't. I would be looking to trade away Etienne in this if he's, and maybe the best you can get is Aaron Jones, but I think you're going to be stuck with Aaron Jones, and I don't know that I'd be looking to trade for a wide receiver. I think somebody that could rise in some value.
Same position trades do suck. I need draft cap on one side or the other to really make a decision, or it needs to be a different position. And I think he's asking, like he's thinking about sending this, and I would add, like, throw a second round pick on the Aaron Jones side, see if they'll accept that. ETN does fall into the Dobbins rule you put up earlier, or whatever it was, where he will get increasingly attractive the closer we get to next season because young and drafted. So there is that potential. And that's why I'd want a little chaser, or like Cal says, go to wide receiver. Hubbard went toward the end of round 4. That's true.
Is he in the real NFL draft, or is that the in Dynasty drafts? I do think he was late. I don't know if he was round 4 though. He's saying until day 3 back.
No, it's round 4. He was drafted in round 4.
So in the real NFL draft, right?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't think he went that late in rookie drafts because we're degenerates. Right. One. What do you think about using an elite QB like Kyler to upgrade to another position in one QB? I think if you can do it, you do it. Difference maker or not, if a quarterback has value in one QB, you trade it. That's me.
Yeah. Kind of the same question as earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's super flex. Different. I keep Kyler there. I trade him away here. Spock 498. Miles Sanders plus a mid to late first for AJ Dillon.
Oh God,
that seems like so much.
Miles Sanders is another one I don't like.
Yeah, I would pass if it's smash Miles Sanders. I guess I don't know what to make of that. There's so much and I know he's got just thighs for days. It's just there's so much hope laden into that kind of value. It depends on what you're getting back. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Even in one QB, Kyler is enough of a difference maker to matter. Yeah, that's fair. Depends on the trade. Bob, hey, finally I can talk bad about Kyle Pitts. What's his name? Let's go to my favorite hosts. I guess he's announcing he's leaving. See the way I did that. Joanna Sanchez again, but Murray isn't running enough but could easily change. This is probably based on what we were talking about earlier, right? Kyler Murray. I'm always frozen, apparently. I apologize. MC Sweet, start 1, Javonte Williams, Boyd, or Jacoby Myers. Okay, I could check predictions, but I'm pretty sure Williams is going to run away with this one.
Yeah, I think so too. Same here.
BJ, sorry I got us so behind. Do you have a time you have to leave, by the way? Because I know we're right behind. Like, I think that last Peter is frozen was from the very start of the stream. So we're pretty. BJ Lee, 2 nights in a row, Cal. I don't believe it. Yeah, he's grinding. He's grinding as a favor, and I really appreciate it because I don't want to be like one of the points of me doing another podcast in a different format, weekly, whatever, was just so I could see someone. I miss talking to people, and so far, like I've been bailed on so many times. So, Cal, I really appreciate it, man.
No, this is great, awesome.
Ed Franz, you're out on set.
Out on set, yeah.
There's really good reasons to be concerned. It's about the value at this point. I bought in Juju specifically because the value is good enough, and I'm still okay. That's how low I bought. You know, if he's there, then I'm interested. Hey, Cal, what's up? Big fan. You should be. Cal's awesome. Hey. Joannis, yes, Bateman hype is correct. See, this is back from when we were talking about Bateman. Look at that. However high come.
Yeah.
Rob Downs.
Team direction.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't reading it because that's a little harder to. That's a whole thing. Like, what do I do?
Right.
Key assets: Wilson, Watson, Javonte Williams, Montgomery. Wide receivers are Ridley. Shouldn't be listed at the front at this point, dude. Sorry. Tony, Renfrew, Gallup. You're in trouble. Tight ends: Waller, picks 3 firsts. So that's where it's all going. 3 seconds. 2022 draft. Use or trade picks. Do you have a generic answer for that?
Gosh, this is the point. Like when you start collecting enough capital, this is the point where I like to try to see if I can get it to snowball into the future. So like I don't know that I would want to unless the value felt just right. I don't want to use all 6 of these picks. I'd like to try to see if I can take one of the ones and turn it into a 1 and a 2 next year or something like that. Like try to see if I can snowball, and instead of 1 asset, I get 2. If I can, but it has to make sense. This roster is probably, I'm sorry, Rob, it's probably you need to tear it down, and you really need to see if you can collect a bunch of assets. I think like it's.
Hey, and that's not an insult, man. You want to see? I'm rebuilding in a whole bunch. Like this has all gone wrong. Tear it down. It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
Luckily, you were smart enough that you acquired draft capital. You hit on Javonte Williams. You still got Russell Wilson. I would be looking to trade Russell Wilson. I'd be looking to trade Javonte Williams because he's a running back, and you're not playing. You're not planning to be dominant this time next year. You want to win. You're still trying to win, but you're not planning to be dominant. I would trade Watson too. That's too much of a risky. It might be worth nothing this time next year. Montgomery, same thing. Ridley, same thing. Tony, I'm really bearish on Tony. Hey, look, I found another one. Like I would be selling these players that have value. Like Cal said, you're looking to acquire as much value as possible. And right now you have potential. And I would try as much as possible. Now, Wilson's clearly value. He's a really good quarterback. He should be tradable. So's Darren Waller. But I would be looking to move them off to a rosters that can use them.
Williams you nailed it when you said Williams. I think he's the one that you're going to get the most back for. And, I'd be looking to get rid of these running backs and start. You got to build up your wide receivers. It should be a pretty good wide receiver draft. So I think that's, if you're thinking about this draft capital, that's probably where, if you end up using it, that's probably where I'd be focused for now.
Yeah.
Or if the right quarterback comes up, I guess is the other thing. But it's one quarterback. No, so not that.
No.
Yeah, Javonte Williams, like you said, he's the one you want to get rid of.
It's probably where you'd start, and you could use him to get value for some of the. Like you add Williams to Montgomery. Most people don't want to trade for Montgomery, but if it comes with a Williams, they might be willing to give you that value, just as a thought experiment. And I have a roster that's way worse than this, and the way I'm approaching it is, it's not about who you like or don't like. It's, does my team get more value with every trade? That you're just pulling it back to the brass tacks. Do I get more value, more picks in the future, a younger player, whatever it is? You're just trying to stock as much value as possible. That's where I would be.
Absolutely. Getting somebody like I know I've mentioned Waddle a couple times. I just think he's somebody who's going to end up being drafted like a wide receiver 1 over the offseason. So, somebody like that plus a 1, or something like that. Like I think you're looking for. And I think you're looking for assets that aren't super risky. And that's why we talk about picks, right? Because draft picks, there's nothing that draft pick can do between now and your rookie draft to lose value. It's going to gain value.
Interestingly, 2019 picks seem to lose value because everyone wanted 2020 picks so much, which is another aspect of this. Cal was saying to push forward. And I think that's a really good thing to do with 2022 picks, where you're mostly should be rebuilding. You should have an eye on getting future draft capital, because 2020 tweet, I think, is again 2020 tweet.
Really? Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
It's going to be a more hyped class, and that's more value.
Yep.
And Renfro as well. Like contending teams should be really interested in Renfro, to be honest with you, even if it's not too much. He's scoring points, and you can use the when's the trade deadline? But rough general direction. I think
Gallup is another. Gallup will start getting some hype as free agency is about to come, and there's going to be rumors about him going to these places that you're going to be so excited about. And I think that might be a good time to get out on him before he just re-signs with Dallas or something, and just nobody.
That's a good point. Like Gallup has value. And as always, you don't need to make a trade, especially where you don't need to score points right now, because you're probably looking to the future. So don't pull the trigger on anything you don't want to, but just that's where my head is at in this situation. Am I adding value? Not do I like that player more than this player? Does my team overall have more value to work with going forward. It sucks. I know it sucks, Rob. Sorry to tell you. But you're not alone. Trust me. You're not alone.
Right.
Toronto Dave, nice to see you, bud. Hard for me to have Bateman top 20 at the moment. Yeah, I think that's what we're saying. But I think
if you had him top 20, you would be the high guy. I think. I don't think anybody has him in that 20. Do they? I mean, does anybody rank him as a top 20? He's going off as a wide receiver 30 in ADP right now.
I think Jalen Waddle is going to push into there, and everyone else falls below there because he's had the most rookie production. So, yeah, that's probably high end, but I think some people are going to value him there, if you know what I mean. You're not... Again, the hype's real, and it should be. Like, I nearly just told Rob, like, any of these rookie wide receivers who are doing things are probably targets for you. Jalen Waddle, top of the list. Rashad Bateman's hard to pay for because he's almost valued like Waddle, but Devontae Smith, Rondell Moore, they fall below.
Yep.
I'm honestly trying to remember where I have him ranked. I don't think it's top 20 though. Seems like Watson Ridley situations need to be short term. Yeah, Rob. And both of those stood out to me as in, like, in a month, we could be done playing the waiting game. It seems like people are still willing to, like, I would like to add Calvin Ridley to my roster for cheap. And they should, but, like, literally next month, we might realize, oh, this isn't going to be a 4-week thing. And it's not. It's not going to be and it's not going to be with Watson either. He's not playing this year, which people still might legitimately think. Imagine 200-pound Bateman next year. Yeah, apparently this year's class is just going to be the best, which is what I hear every year, but there you go. Frederick Parent, would you rather have Robinson or Henderson rest of the season and for the future?
Is that James Robinson?
Sequel to me. Yeah.
Yeah, him, right? I'd rather James Robinson.
I think Henderson's role's more secure. The team could honestly cook James Robinson again, but Robinson is the answer for. They're equal to me. Honestly, they're the same value. If I just have to choose one, James Robinson's my dude. Of course, I'm going James Robinson, undrafted free agent with 2 top 12 seasons on his record. Thank you very much, Toronto Dave. I have Bateman much higher than Marshall, as you should. Yeah, definitely. Did you say you had a time, by the way? I honestly don't want to put you
seriously,
out.
I'm fine. My kids are asleep. I'm good. Okay. I'm good.
Cool. My magic, because I tend to just, as you've noticed, just start talking and no one can shut me up. So I'll forget. I forget it's midnight. Magic Michelangelo or Michelangelo? I don't know. It's Cal this time.
It's Cal.
Yeah, it's Cal. Zach.
Not as excited as the other guy. Before this sounds like, oh, it's Cal this time. That can be taken anyway.
See, that's the problem. Once people start liking you and you get used to, people not saying, that's why I'm always an asshole, because so people only say bad things, because then it's just not quite enough. You need another hit of the max. But it's Cal. He's been very good to come on this week. And Joanna Sanchez, after a string of off season with trainers, he's going to be, I don't know who we're talking about. It's Bateman.
Bateman, yeah.
There's room for growth, and his volume is there. It's been impressive. It's just his value's already risen to where I think he could be. It's like AJ Dillon. We're paying for what we're projecting, and we project badly. I think it's true, but it's just more risk in there than the value says. Henderson for both. I think that's fair. Look, he's got more draft capital. He's already receiving back with Cam Akers. In Cam Akers' rookie season, so I guess it's slightly more likely, but the upsides with Robinson, I think it's fair to go Henderson. 100% recovery is more like ETN than Akers. Oh, you're talking about, I honestly don't know. I mean, I do know, I've read, like, Akers' injury is harder to recover from, right? Or we've seen fewer come back from it, right?
Yeah, that's what Jeff. So I talked to Jeff Muller at JM Thrive on Twitter. He's kind of the DLF doctor. I've talked to him a good bit about these. When the injuries first happened, he was definitely in the camp of ETN's injury would be easier to come back from than Akers. But I will say he was also he didn't like the way Travis Etienne ran. And I think that's really stuck with me. He was like, the way he runs, I just feel like he's going to get hurt. And this was like right before his injury. So I don't know how predictive that is, but his injury is not like not easy to come back from. And I don't know. Maybe Akers just has a better publicist, like getting these workout videos out there. But I just feel better about him, maybe because I've seen him do fun things on Twitter. I don't know.
Yeah, look, I read what doctors will say, but the ultimate answer is we don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope they both come back. I'm gonna play them as if they will, because we haven't seen a lot of running backs come back to elite form. We haven't seen a lot with that elite form and the elite volume who have suffered this injury. The medicine's moved on. I think that's where consensus is. It's risky, but we think Cam Akers can probably come back if all goes well, and things cannot go well. But so there's risk in there based on injuries, and to me, it's just I think Akers has proved to be better so far because we've seen him in the NFL do something. So I'll just stick with the volume again. I do believe Akers' returns could be a huge mistake. It's only a mistake if you overpay too many places.
Right.
Barkley's upside is so damn high. Yeah.
It probably is, but man, 2018 was a long time ago, man. I just like at some point it's like, okay, yes, I believe so, but man, the injuries stack up, and sometimes you just look back at these guys and you say, gosh, what could have been? And I'm afraid we're getting close to that with Barkley.
Yeah, but Christian McCaffrey's upside is highest. That's honestly what the thought that occurred to me, and I think he's going to be discounted age, injury in a similar way. So that's the name I would throw out. I like Christian McCaffrey, as if anyone else doesn't. I need 2 firsts to move him. Yeah, I think that's right now, only a contender is interested in it, and it's also his production hasn't been there, so it's a difficult trade to get. Is the thing.
Yeah.
And his value's going to struggle this offseason. By the time we get to it's going to decrease. You don't have to sell it, but I think that's a fair projection. Just moved Juju for Chuba. Screw you, man. 56 team, 4 copies. Everyone hates Juju. I just traded Juju Smith-Schuster, so I can't speak, but that was only because I was trying to get AJ Brown. I'm already way too deep into the Juju Smith-Schuster trutherism. I don't think I need to say it anymore. I've got receipts for days. If anything good happens from here on, I'm good. Yes, do it. I trade Diggs for Bateman and Gibson.
I think it's going back to that's well, gosh, do I trade? Would I want to get rid of Diggs to get Bateman and Gibson? I don't know.
You're a little lower on Bateman than I appreciate it, because someone needs to be low on Bateman so I can be high. That's what needs to happen. Well, right now,
Hollywood Brown looking as good as he does, I think, is part of the reason why we all just assumed he was going to Bateman was going to come in and be the guy and push Hollywood Brown down, but Hollywood Brown's still commanding double-digit targets every week.
See, I didn't, but that's the thing. I have a reasonable reason to like him. Everyone else thinks for unreasonable reasons that he's already done it. And I'm like, just buy Elijah Mitchell and run them all.
Oh, yeah.
Of course I did. No, I actually did. That wasn't sarcasm. Sorry about that. A first grade and Stevenson a second for a first all day. I like Stevenson. And like Cal said, he's doing well. Bob Gilchrist, T-Fish. It was a really good name. I was trying not to say that. I think it sounds slightly creepy when I like other people's names, but as someone who struggles for screen names and is now stuck with this one, it's a thing. Yeah, I don't think. Actually, we don't have our names up. Sorry, Carol. I'm not with it today.
Oh, yeah. That might happen when you pull the comments up, right? No, I don't know.
That might be a comment thing. You're right. Sorry, where are we? He can catch. True. He's a professional athlete. Yes, he can catch.
He can, but he doesn't. They don't ask him to do that. He's gotten mostly 3 and 2 targets. He had a 1 target the last 2 games. They don't ask him to do that.
Yeah, it's not that he can't. It's just probably not going to be asked to do that.
Yeah.
He can catch really well. I'll allow it. Yeah, I think you're right. Sure. I haven't even watched. I'm sure he can. Forced 4th and 1. I don't know why I struggle with that. What do you think is a fair to ask a first round pick from a contender, so a late first, technically? That's where my value line is at with them.
I didn't realize how close they were. They're actually like 5 points apart.
Yep.
Very similar years this year, and with talented running backs due to join them in the backfield next year. I feel like these are two running backs that are set to lose a lot of value in the offseason, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. They definitely are. Yeah, they are.
You gotta feel like you are like that one player away from winning.
Again, it's like we said, they're not that tier of running back you targeting the play, but if you need to stack up the position, they come a little bit cheaper and they score points this season. And it's pure, like you said, expect a value loss. You're playing if you really think you're winning and you might need a running back 3.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier on this very show, we were talking about how they could be league winners and they were worth a first. Notice this value's different. It's just the rhetoric that has changed because, they're scoring less points than Fournette and James Conner and who else did we mention in that category? Austin.
Like Cordell Patterson.
Way more expensive. Yeah. Cordell Patterson, which turned out to be the real first round pick buys, to be fair. T-Fish, you were right, though, to be fair. You were absolutely right. I froze. Bob's laughing at me. That's cool. You need a better burner. I need a lot of things. Buying or selling Sutton? I'm kind of buying. At where I expect his value to be right now, as the resident Juju Smith-Schuster rosterer in every league, I'm interested in Sutton. But it's getting concerning, to be fair. There's reason to be concerned. Cal, I'm assuming no.
The only league that me and you are in together, I have Sutton, so make me an offer for Cortland Sutton.
Second round pick. I don't have any.
I think I have most of your picks already. Yeah.
Yeah, you probably do. Yep. Someone does. Long-term outlook on Rondon Moore. Good. I like him a lot. Yes. Deebo Samuel is his upside. Curtis Samuel, I guess, is his floor. I think he's in the middle somewhere. Deebo Samuel this year.
I almost feel like he, I love his role. I think in PPR leagues, he's going to be that guy that catches a lot of passes. I want him to get pushed down the field a little bit more. I almost feel like he's used a little bit too close to the line of scrimmage. He was like that in college, but it seemed like that's translated into the NFL too. And I don't know if it's because they feel like with Hopkins and with AJ Green and now Kirk doing well, like that's the only role for him. And maybe there's something more in the future, but that's my only concern is just, is he just going to always be this really close to the line of scrimmage guy that gets 10 catches and has 64 yards or something, like that kind?
I think that's fair. You have to be comfortable with the fact he's not playing the role of Sutton or Higgins or, the extreme of Calvin Johnson. That's not his game. Do I think he could play further down the field? Yeah, I think his ADA of 1 is a little exaggerated. Like Deebo Samuel's like 5, 6, 7, right? And so he can catch more targets further down the field. But right now they also have, AJ Green and DeAndre Hopkins. I think that exaggerates it slightly. But ultimately, I'm comfortable with that role because I think he's I think he's exceptional at it. Is it the ideal role? No, but I still think he's good at it, so I'm fine with it. But
his value is very suppressed right now. I do think you can get him at a discount.
I do think so. CPAT is a great guy to win now. Yeah, Ed does everything. Like Ed, seriously,
Ed's
where's
great.
Your channel? I need to listen to Ed more. I'm not joking. Like everything you said has been like, oh yeah, that's the thing that's the thing I think you should say. That's true. Joanna, Cal is right. Joanna should have her own show too. If Huntley's, then you sell. Not now.
Yeah,
because that's an interesting idea. The idea there might be a marker window, Hunt leads, so everyone gets excited. It's an interesting one.
I like that. Apparently, it's something I said, so I really like.
Yeah, you said it. You literally said it. I think it's interesting. It just seems like a really small. It's like trying to hit. It's trying to hit a target 2 months from now with a stone. You can definitely hit it, but there has to be someone in your league that does that during that window before. I don't know. I don't mind it. Yeah, it's definitely worth trying because Hunt. I mean, if the downside is having Nick Chubb, I don't think it's terrible.
Exactly. I think, yeah, if you miss out on that opportunity to sell him and you end up having to have Nick Chubb on your team, it's great. You
dear.
win.
Yeah, ultimately, I guess I'm just playing to win. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Believe me, I had a horrible team, bad trade after bad trade. I feel that, man. I got to tell one, 2, or 3. I sent you both texts. Where is my link?
Oh,
I'm working on it.
Bob
Man.
blowing up our phone here.
I have not got that message, but I'll get one to you right now. I promise you. What else? We got another question up here.
Yeah.
Would you give Gibson and a third for Christian McCaffrey? I'm guessing on a non-contender.
Give Gibson and a third for Christian McCaffrey. Probably, but this isn't the kind of trade I'm looking for. If I'm on a non-contender, to me, the one I want to go after is Dobbins. I don't want to, on a non-contender, go acquire Christian McCaffrey because I don't know that you'd have to be so close. If you feel like you are going to contend next year, if you've got the pieces and you think you're going to be able to do it, then great. Maybe I make this move, but that's not who my target would be. If I've got Gibson, I'm looking to move him.
I don't know if it's easier or harder to acquire Christian McCaffrey after this season. I honestly don't, because his age is a concern, but when his injuries stop being relevant next week, then ultimately, yeah, I'd rather have Christian McCaffrey than Antonio Gibson. But
right, me too.
It's the same position trade, which is a little weird anyway.
Yeah.
But there is that third you're throwing in there, and someone might value the youth. But I would go get Christian McCaffrey. It just feels like the wrong time. But I don't know there's a better time. It's a weird one.
It feels like a weird fit with this. It's just not the kind of move I'm looking to make if I'm on a non-contender. It's just not the way I'd play the game. It's just.
But if you want to go get Christian McCaffrey, I honestly don't think you're going to be paying more than you would later. And I think that's a fair offer. So, yes, you can. It's your team. And I think that's fair all right. I don't think you're killing your team or nothing. There's no. Yeah, I like it in that way. Magic Mike Mixon was the other name I was trying to remember. Yeah, you could probably buy Mixon right now for literally going to plug him in next week. His volume and production has been amazing the last 5 weeks. Yeah, the fair's going to drop. Fourth and 1, J-Rob and Henderson or Bateman or Higgins?
Either.
Bateman and Higgins. Either one. Yeah.
If I'm trading J-Rob and getting, Bateman and Higgins are, they're going to, their value is going to be much cleaner next year than either one of the running backs. So
J-Rob and Henderson are worth, in my opinion, just as a value line, picks don't have to meet, but they're worth a first as a value. Bateman and Higgins are worth more than a first, and J-Rob and Henderson are only interested in contending teams. There's almost no situation that I would say that Bateman and Higgins were worse to trade for. Even if you're winning, I would do that. Because we keep an eye on Bang. Ed, I give up J-Rob for Higgins personally. Yeah, I really
like
would.
That. Yeah.
Henderson greater than J-Rob, greater than Higgins and Bateman. Higgins greater than... where are you at on Higgins versus Bateman? Yeah, I think Higgins should be higher.
I agree. The volume in Cincinnati has been weird this year in terms of what the history has been for that coaching staff.
I think it's interesting you try to profile the coaches as much as the players. I like that. I saw you comment on that earlier, I think
that's just part of it that's missing a little bit. Again, not that it becomes the thing and the utmost thing, but I do think there's some analysis on the coaching staff but things change, and I do think there's good coaches are going to adjust to their personnel. And I do, but T Higgins is so good. There's no, but Bateman is too. I can see why a contender would do this, where he would trade Bateman for a Henderson or J-Rob if trying to win now. I can see that, but I do think the value is in the wide receivers for both those.
Yeah, as far as Higgins, Gray, and Bateman, as someone who seriously loves Bateman, both of these are twos on their offense. Higgins plays on a more pass-friendly offense, except for the last few weeks where Joe Mixon's been going off. With a more passing-heavy quarterback. Like, there's no great reason other than they're fairly equal, other than Higgins has been doing it for 2 years now, and Bateman, we think he's going to do it for 2 years now.
And they're the same age. Yeah.
And they're the same age, so there's no dynasty caveat get out of jail free card there. So yeah, Higgins should be above Bateman.
Yep.
And like we said earlier, we don't think Bateman's consistently going to get ranked in the top 20 right now. Higgins should be. So
Higgins is going off as the wide receiver 15 at ADP right now, which might be too high. But as I look through like the wide receivers underneath him, there's not many that I can see jumping him over the offseason. I think you were going to be drafting Higgins over Bateman in June.
What running back can I get for Marcus Brown right now? This is another weird question. Like, if you're contending, so you want a running back, why would you be trading Marcus Brown, who's putting up serious points right now? But assuming, like, you just suffered an injury and Marcus Brown's what you've got to move, it depends who you're trading it to. But any of the running backs we just mentioned plus for a start, you got a better answer? Because honestly, I'm struggling with
I think the ones that we mentioned, I think, that those are the guys that I would be looking for. And I can only see doing this if you're trying to win now and you just got to stack wide receiver room or something. He's not the kind of player I'm looking to get off of. Like, I love what we've seen out of him. And I think there's a 3-year buildup now, right, of him with Lamar. So there's a lot of chemistry there and a lot of, we're seeing kind of the fruit of holding on to him. I'm not looking to get rid of him.
I'm not looking to, but it's going to be hard. Like, he's producing in the top 12 this year. It's going to finish out the year that way. But dynasty players aren't going to like it. Like, we're not going to value him like,
right?
Chase or Jeff. It's not happening. We just don't believe it, even though we should. So it's okay to trade him away, but that's why I would target one of those discounted running backs, because I'm assuming you're contending, and get draft capital with it, because that's possible. If you've got a team that's middle of the pack towards the bottom, they could have Fournette. They could have, because he's come on strong, especially over recent weeks, he could have Eckler or Kenora Patterson. And that way you can, make up the difference in a draft pick or two, or a Elijah Mitchell or some young guy.
That's a good name right there. Could you get Elijah Mitchell and something for Marquise Brown? I'm not sure you could, but if you can, that's what I would like to. That's what I'd like to do.
Marcus Brown should be valued more than you would need additions to him. But again, it depends what the roster's looking like in your leagues always. But that's who I would go looking for first. Hope that helps. Buy, hold, or sell Trey Lance? Sell. Like, I'm tired of the wishful thinking, and like, just any minute now, I'd like sell Trey Lance. Okay.
Really? You're just out?
I've been out from the start. Like, Shanahan drafted him. When was the last time that was a good thing?
I guess that's a good point.
Like, that was the whole story. Shanahan picked him out. When was the last time that was a good thing?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
He can't beat out Jimmy Garoppolo, who is the decent quarterback. Don't get me wrong. And Trey Lance, I get the whole upside, and I'm not trying to trash a player because I root for players. But like, it feels like this is a guy we thought was top 5 for a really weird reason. The one thing we know consistently fails is Shanahan banged the table. Like, that failed every time. But sorry, carry on. Put reasonable analysis on this. I'm just out. I'm like, no, I don't believe that. That's a weird reason.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Well, here's one thing we know for sure. Shanahan is not. There's not a situation where Trey Lance isn't his starting quarterback soon, right? Like, they give up too much for the guy. There's no way the organization allows them to treat Trey Lance like Josh Rosen. There's just no way. They gave up too much. So there's going to be games where he's going to look a little bit like Jalen Hurts and produce some good fantasy points, right? He's going to run. He's going to, and then maybe at that point, if you're a non-believer, maybe that's the point where he's going to have the best value. But I don't know. Like, he was always going to be raw. He was like, the best case scenario for him was always sit behind someone like Jimmy Garoppolo.
And we're talking about Trey Lance. I'm asking Cal to put reasonable expectations on Trey Lance because I'm just out. Like
and you brought me in.
Yeah. You want to go? You want out? Okay. Yeah, I feel like there is a world where he doesn't get to start. Like that's yeah.
Do you really? I just can't see it.
I take the I know you're completely more reasonable here, very much so.
Yeah.
But it feels like we already you can trade him as if that's a fact. Like already. Like he's
There's
worth what Jimmy Garoppolo is worth right now, plus, right?
There's somebody that
take
values
that
him
and
more.
I'll watch the party. I'll have fun watching you all get those points. I'm okay losing
but
for
how many
starting quarterback money for Shanahan drafted him.
Okay. How many shares of Trey Lance did you end up with?
None.
Right, because you didn't believe in him at all. But presumably Nico did. Yeah. Right? Nico probably believed in him. And this is just not how you play Dynasty. If you believed in him just a few months ago, no, you don't sell him right now before you even get a chance to see it. Like if you're just being impatient, then you need to be in redraft leagues or play DFS. Like Dynasty, you're to hold on.
Sell quick.
Somebody values him more in your league. You sell him.
Yeah, it's about the trade. If he's offering more than the pick that you spent, you could trade.
Yeah,
I think that's a fair line. Yeah.
Would you trade
between
him?
Me, like what? Give me anything, and Cal, like maybe give me even more. I think that's a fair middle line.
On camera.
If you drafted him with the 105 there, and you're getting offered the 105 plus a second, I think you can trade him, and I would be willing to. Cal is not.
I mean, as long as you took hits ahead of him, you're fine.
Oh, obviously.
Here we go. But are you trading?
How's that going?
Would you rather?
It's going just fine.
It's going good. I know
his value has not shifted.
Exactly. Yeah. We're not getting into that.
Tua or Trey Lance?
Okay. All right. Let me ask you guys this: would you rather have Kyle Pitts or Trevor Lawrence right now in a super flex?
Add in premium?
That's irrelevant, but yeah, sure.
I don't think it's irrelevant.
It is.
I'm kind of on the irrelevant side, but I get your point.
Who would you rather have as the 101 last year?
I want Pitts because I think he's a unicorn.
I think his value is unicorn.
You know I love the unicorn.
My question is, what does it matter? He's a tight end 1, and he's obviously not unfairly, not because he's bad, not doing it right now. Like it doesn't matter if he's Travis Kelce the next 3 years. It can't go. You sell now. Why keep him?
Yeah, but he's amazing.
That's a fair point. Actually,
he's 21 years old. He's a wide receiver that has a tight end definition.
So is Mike Gesicki. Point that out.
Who?
Mike Gesicki.
Never heard of him.
That explains a lot. Explains a lot. No. He's the guy scoring the exact same number of points as Kyle Pitts this year.
He is.
Coincidentally.
He's like 26 now.
Which is a bad thing because Kyle Pitts is growing and Mike Gesicki's playing what he plays, to be fair.
I just pulled up these Trey Lance trades on the Trade Finder, and there's just so many bad ones. Like, why would you trade Trey Lance in a second for Keenan Allen?
Okay. Did you guys know the Jets had 2 chances to take Mac Jones?
Oh, here we go, Patriots. If you love Mac Jones, you wouldn't want to see him playing in New York right now.
We just derailed. No. I'm sorry, Nico. We derailed Trey Lance with Kyle Pitts. honest advice: hold unless you get a trade. And Bob said it right. if you get more than what that's the point where you can trade him away. You don't have to Cal's point. By all means, you can enjoy this ride. You like him. You think he is good, and in that offense, he can do great things. And there's no warning sign here. Quarterbacks consider year. It's fine.
I'm more worried about Nico's impatience when it comes to Dynasty. You can't be impatient and trade when you think the guy, when you think people are bad. Like if you believed in him, I don't think you're selling him right now.
All right.
I think
so
I would caution that with, you can get out before if you expect to fall. Like it's okay to slip, but it's right to get in the mindset of patience. Now, Bob,
it's okay to hold him. It really is okay to hold him.
Yeah, it really
is. He's been invested in. He's going to be there.
Yeah, and there's, from what I hear, there isn't a plethora of quarterbacks that are going to be in this draft that everyone's insane about, even Trevor Lawrence style. So, I don't think you're under any risk holding him either.
That's why I think Jalen Hurts might be a good investment too. That you're hitting on something right there.
Yeah. People are starting to recognize that the hate went a little too far on him recently, though. But that's fine. Kendrick Bourne season. I like Tim Shady. Who do I play this week in my flex spot? Melvin Gordon, Bourne, Sutton, Mark Ingram. I'm going to guess Gordon. I don't actually I don't know. Is Ingram expected to play really high this year?
If Ingram's playing, you play him.
Yeah, if Ingram plays, you probably play him. Outside of that, it's Gordon. I love Kendrick Bourne, don't get me wrong, but he's a risky flex play. He's
touchdown dependent.
That's one way of saying it. MC Sweet, Gallup or Devontae Parker this week or in trade?
Yeah, that's a good question. In trade, I want Gallup. In this week, I want Gallup.
Yeah, I don't think Parker's playing this week. I don't know why I asked that.
I don't think so either. I think he's on IR.
He was on IR, but I think I saw a note that he may be coming off. And if he does play, I'd probably rather play him. That Saints defense has been pretty good.
Yeah, currently I don't have him starting, so it's Gallup. If he were to start, again, this is one of the questions I asked you early. How much do you need to see before you start a player? It's pretty difficult the closer we get to the sudden death part of the season. So it's probably Gallup no matter what, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Ed Franz, I'm not sure you could get a great deal selling Lance now. Yeah, and that's ultimately what it comes down to. It's what's the trade? Don't panic, but what's the trade?
Gallup, Parker.
Ed knows, man. I'm telling you. 3 years younger will be a free agent this offseason. Has the physical tools, in my opinion. We're talking about Gallup. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think both. And if you can trade either, like put them with something to trade up, both make good candidates for that. But if you can get them cheap, I don't mind having them on rosters because, like you say, I think they're both pretty talented. But I think their value range is probably similar, dynasty-wise. Guest appearance alert. I'm surrounded by guests. All right. And you're right, Cal. Look, our names turned back up. I think I'm out of comments. I think everyone got tired waiting for me to unfreeze, and that's where the comments stopped. Bob, how you doing?
That Scott had punched in there and said, "Oh, Peter's frozen."
Yeah, I've been doing that a lot, apparently.
Well, you're in Kentucky. What do you expect?
Yeah.
I didn't know if you wanted in. You just said, "Where's my link?" So I sent one. And then when I saw you,
I didn't realize you were going to bring me on camera. I would have turned.
I didn't know you didn't want to be on camera.
I would have turned some lights on. I would have maybe done my hair.
I receive a random "Where's my link?" I just send the link. I don't know. I don't know what it's about.
You guys are recording me without any notice, recovering from COVID.
Oh, how you doing?
Feeling better?
About 75-80%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doing pretty good then.
I operate below 80% every day. So
that's because you smoke and drink whiskey.
I don't drink whiskey. Well, I have been known to, but I literally don't drink on a regular basis anyway. So that is a lie, Bob. Much like
Scotch, because you're from England.
I drink coffee. Which is also bad for you, so that fits.
Well, that's
let me
what I
ask you
drink.
guys about tight ends because no one ever talks about them.
I actually have
that's
one
always
for you
good.
guys.
Okay.
So I just told you I traded Juju away, or I traded Juju away.
Yep.
And then I just traded Juju away for a first.
Twice?
Yeah.
No, two
Juju
different leagues.
For a first?
Yeah.
That's really high. Someone likes
Yes.
Juju more than me right now.
Yeah.
You
It
definitely
was
trade
in
him for a
Pigs
first.
1 and
Oh.
Pigs 2 and Pigs 3.
That league format has really weird values, though, right? Aren't picks worth a lot less or something? Yeah. Because there's Devi players and stuff.
Devi players, it's auction. So everyone that listens, if you're in an auction, it changes everything.
It does, especially in pigs, where I think there's a whole bunch of stuff going on there.
Oh, you can tank.
Fair
Peter,
enough. Yeah.
What's best case scenario for he's a free agent? What's the best thing that can happen if you're telling a story where Juju Smith-Schuster where you get to get on the mountaintop and do your victory lap about Juju Smith-Schuster? What happens between now and then?
This
Honestly,
is why Calvin
don't
is
know.
a great host.
I don't think he was in a bad situation. I'm concerned with the way he wasn't able to earn a role for himself, to be honest. But ultimately, I think he's an underrated receiver. People think he just co-opted a bunch of volume for no good reason. And I think anyone who's supporting Terrence Marshall right now might take that. I don't think you do that just because you're on the team.
No.
Especially, he did it with Antonio Brown, to be fair. So it's not like there wasn't competition. So I don't really play
made him
ideal
open.
situations. I think his value will go up because I expect more out of him. This has been I don't want to make excuses. I don't make it because I honestly have no idea. Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool just earned all the role. That means that Juju did badly by my equations. To be very clear, I got it wrong. I thought he could do more. But I still think he's capable of it. So I don't care where he goes or if he stays. And I think based on what he did this offseason, he wants to stay. He likes being in Pittsburgh. Ultimately, I just got to hope the team gets a little more powerful so somehow he can earn a role.
I'm afraid with the way this stuff has gone, like he ends up, signing a 1-year deal with the Jets or with the Lions or something like, I can't see him getting a multi-year
I don't want
deal.
any of that.
It's hard for me to see.
I don't need him in a
goes.
more open wide receiver. I mean, put him on the Chiefs, I guess, is everyone's dream of their wide receiver being on the Chiefs. But even then, like their offense functions with Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill just fine. I don't think they have a need, particularly for McCall Hardman or Juju Smith-Schuster. I don't play that game. I just think good players will earn volume eventually, and I think he's shown us he's good. So,
my opinion,
I don't want him on a worse team as a rule, but
my opinion, he's Anquan Bolden.
Yeah,
that's where I have him. Anquan Bolden.
Yeah,
where he is a target hog for like 10 to 15 yards tops. He's not going to produce that much.
I disagree. But obviously this season seems to agree with you. I
agree with you with James Robinson, but I'm gonna disagree on Smith-Schuster.
Well, that makes sense. No, that's fine. I just have to take the L this season. Juju couldn't get it done.
Can't.
That doesn't mean he's not. Again, like I say, with players that I don't like, doesn't mean he's not been a good NFL player. There's many roles to fill.
No, yeah,
and stuff like that. It's just I expected more out of fantasy. I have a pretty clear separation in my head, I guess, between fantasy and the NFL, and that protects me here too.
Your head's a hard place.
Like
to live.
I don't think I can predict football, or I could call a better game. Like I don't know. Maybe this is what Juju is most useful for in that iteration of the offense. But I believe in general, play at that good volume again, no matter where he goes. And I'd rather him not be in a worse team. That's about my dream list.
Maybe Indianapolis, maybe or some, somebody like
Hey,
that.
yeah, definitely. I mean, there are good landing spots.
You know what?
Asking about that.
It might
I just
be
don't
LA.
have an ideal
It might
for
be
any
LA.
particular player.
He's a USC guy. It could be LA.
There it is. I knew there was a new one. I was trying to figure out which ones we read already. Mooney or Pittman, rest of season.
Pittman.
Pittman pretty easily for me.
Yeah.
It's done on Mooney. No, Pittman's experienced a drop off recently, but there's no reasonable expectation that Mooney should outscore him on a week to week basis just because of the roles they play. I just like Donald Mooney better.
Yeah.
I mean, his drop off was Buffalo, where
that's the thing.
Taylor
It's
had
not
all
a
the yards
trend. It's just been a real rough. Yeah, it's been a rough ride. Jonathan Taylor's been scoring 4 touchdowns a game. There's not much to go around.
Tampa Bay got some of their secondary back, so you sort of look at that and say he still got 10 targets. So
yeah, he really did.
Yeah,
I actually wrote him up this week, and probably end up writing him up this week as well as someone who, don't panic too much on Pittman. I just I love Donald Mooney. I've got Donald Mooney projected as wide receiver 19 this week, for example. And where am I?
What do we got next one?
Pittman's like 5 spots.
I do love the targets, the opportunities that Mooney's gotten. I hope that
it's
continues.
been impressive. I think that's a little underrated, and it's not just why not Allen Robinson. It's in we use bad situation like what I could use for Juju as like a get out of jail free card all the time. And here's Donald Mooney in a terrible situation, just doesn't matter. Terry McLaurin doesn't matter. Good players should be able to do that, which is why I'm. I have to be disappointed in Juju. Juju, OBJ, or AJ Brown? That's not it.
Not a
AJ
real
Brown.
question.
AJ Brown all day. He shouldn't.
And
no, it's
are
not
all
a
cautionary tales of early breakouts. I don't know. Are we writing off AJ Brown?
Oh, I am. I have.
I think peak production is an interesting lens. Sometimes instead of a career arc, you peak, you hover around it, and then you fall off. But these players, they peaked and then tanked. So I don't know exactly explains it. Why have you written off AJ Brown?
Kind of like Christian McCaffrey.
Different position, but okay. Why have you written off AJ Brown? Like just the injuries and...
Oh, yeah. No, and he's older than everyone he's been comped to. You comp him to... DK Metcalf, you comp him to Jefferson. They're like 5 years apart. Yeah.
He's older than everyone in his value range, but I don't think he's actually in that value range right now.
No, I started moving him
and has their upside.
Probably about the beginning of the season. And
that's fair. If you were selling earlier, now it was a good time too.
Yeah.
Same. I imagine you feel the same about Terry McLaurin right now. Then as well. He's in the top 12.
I actually have 0 shares.
That makes sense. It's a similar take to what we were saying about Terry McLaurin earlier. Like it's not that he's not good or doesn't have the potential. It's just he's significantly older than anyone in his range.
Yeah, he's 27.
Wait, who?
That's
26.
Terry McLaurin.
26 or 27?
McLaurin,
yeah. I think he's 20. It was going to be 26 next year. He's a slightly older.
No, I think he's going to be 27. I think he's 26 now.
I think the age is generally exaggerated, not in terms of value, but in terms of production. And then you've got players
it's all
Adam Thielen kind of prove that if you start later, age is even less worrying. He's 2 touchdown Thielen, they call him. I hear.
Yeah, no, I mean he's great if you're winning. If you're a contender,
everyone's great. If
he's
you're
great.
Winning. I like
No, my apologies. He's great if you're contending.
What's the best way to structure who gets the first rookie draft pick? I don't do a lot of commission, so I'm pretty happy.
All right, I'll take a look. Hold on.
I hate to commish, so yeah, I'm with you.
Simple as possible, please.
Yeah.
I need to
Yeah,
understand it.
Worst team gets the first pick is usually what I think, but
At least,
lowest.
at least they have a
No,
path.
it's lowest max FP, PF.
yeah, I don't like having to win games at the end of the season and the toilet bowl to get a better draft pick. That's I don't like that.
No.
Yeah, I like
No.
the idea of
Stay
trying to keep
with,
other teams
regular season.
competitive, like give some people things to play for. But ultimately, I think
Give
they
them
all
an
kind of
extra. If you want to do a toilet bowl, give them an extra pick at the end of the end of the first round or something.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
Interesting. So like the 201 becomes a 113 or whatever.
Yeah,
that's an interesting one. I never heard that before.
Yeah.
They're not superstars.
Oh, Juju, OBJ, and AJ Brown. I think AJ Brown has the potential to be again if healthy, and then his value will bounce back up.
He's done.
Get out of here. He's not done.
He's done.
Yeah, you
I
leave
can't
Kyle
move
Pitts.
him now.
Well, let's can't take you serious.
Toronto Dave
Kyle Pitts is like
right.
101 in drafts.
Okay, Toronto Dave. I know you follow me on Twitter.
You follow,
if I'm in any
Toronto
leagues
very
with you,
active.
send me an offer.
Under Armour 12, Big Pappy. Somehow still a better name than me somehow. Keenan, Hunt, Fuller, Sutton, a first, a second in 2024. Wow. It's a long way away. Jeff Walton, I have Mitchell. Okay. And Bourne, not contending this year. I don't know what the offer is. Am I crazy? That's just a team.
No. It's Keenan Allen, Kareem Hunt, and Will Fuller for.
There it is.
Yeah.
4 7.
Yeah. See, that's why Cal's the best host in the entire industry.
Well, that's one of the many reasons.
Probably in the whole world, actually. I would say.
I would say,
yeah,
easily.
He's a unicorn.
People call me the Kyle Pitts of hosting. Yeah, that's.
I don't want Hunt, but I want everything else.
If you're non-contending, the first is the thing that you want in 2023.
Is the first the best asset in this?
I was trying to figure out. I think Keenan Allen is the best asset, but if you're non-contending, you probably lean towards the Sutton and first side.
I don't care about if you have Mitchell.
Knew you were going to say that. He does. Okay, he feels good having the backup. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Wilson is like throwing a penny in a whatever pond.
Yeah, but if you're going to roster a backup running back, it's fine. But yeah, it doesn't affect it a lot for me. What you're doing here is trading Keenan Allen for Sutton
for first.
Which if you're not contending and you're getting rid of Keenan Allen, Hunt, and Will Fuller, whatever, then this is a great return. This is fine. I don't want to say great, but it's fine.
All right.
Yes, 4 first and 20. Okay,
so
maybe he doesn't need.
It's basically a first and Sutton for Keenan Allen.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're non-contending, yeah, that's solid. Now you have 5. I would, I guess. Done a lot of trading. Respect it. Cal's top 24 host in global rankings. I think that's low. I think we can push him up the rankings.
I think we need to.
It depends on the site you look at. On who's doing the rankings, but
he's got the voice, the togetherness. He can spot where the 4 is in a question. You know,
he can manage.
That's my best asset. Yeah.
Solid 101, I would say.
If he can manage me, he makes it. It makes it top 5 at least
easily. All right. Let me see. I did want to ask about tight ends that weren't Kyle Pitts, just to shake up the dynasty landscape.
Whoa!
You do have some notes in here that you got some notes in here that we haven't covered.
Go ahead.
I've got a lot. Let's go. A bunch of random notes. I think Pat Freiermuth, he's not unknown, but I think he's interesting as a rookie tight end earning a role. The last few weeks have been 6, 11, 14 PPR points. I think that role has remained consistent as well. It's actually pretty impressive as a rookie. I know we have no room for rookies doing well at tight ends for Kyle Pitts, but there it is. I also think Brevin Jordan, Cole Kmet, and Adam Trautman, 2 second-year tight ends, have been coming on in volume pretty well over the last 5 weeks or so. If you're looking for deep value tight ends going into the next year, because I tend to look at sophomore tight ends more than I look at rookie tight ends. But Jordan and Fairmouth both stood out this year as well.
Freiermuth, just over 10 points less this season than Kyle Pitts. What if he passes him, Bob? What if Freiermuth outscores Pitts this year?
Fairmouth is awful girthy. He's built like tall.
Not gonna happen. I'm gonna bet. I'll do a unicorn avatar bet on Twitter that it won't happen.
If Freiermuth won't outscore Pitts?
Yep. I'm taking Pitts. You take Freiermuth, and the loser has to put a unicorn on their avatar for a whole week.
I feel like there's got to be odds with this, though, right? Like,
no.
my main point is like, no one.
No, rest of the season. No odds. Rest of season.
It would be a big blow for Pitts if he got outscored by Freiermuth.
He's getting outscored by Mike Gesicki.
I would. How do we knock Peter out of this?
You can't. I control it. It's a one place in the world. I can't. I do just before because it feels like we'll wind down.
What do you
eventually.
Think? I mean, it's just a unicorn on your Twitter account for a week.
Fine. Yeah, fine. I'll do it.
Let's do it. All right, Peter's the master of spreadsheets. He'll let us know who wins.
Yeah, sure. Just let me know what the bet was. I want to mention Ezekiel Elliott's huge load this week, just so we're like every other podcast. Mm-hmm. Just what do you think about Ezekiel Elliott's huge load? Okay, we said it. We can move on. But he's been getting a huge load the last 5 weeks, so I don't know what the comment meant, but apparently it's hilarious. So I wanted to throw that out.
I don't think he's going to score a lot of points tomorrow night. If that's the question, is no. I think the Saints defense has been really good against the run.
It's been pretty stalwart. Is Tony Pollard worth more than him in Dynasty? That's a serious question that got asked me. Well, not asked me. I saw it on Twitter, and I've had similar comments, DMs and stuff. No. I think Tony Pollard is a sell anywhere close to that value, but I didn't know. 100%. He's a young player. He's very good.
He's good. He's 24. He's like, what, a year younger than Zeke? 2 years younger than Zeke?
Yep. No fan of Fairmouth in Dynasty. Fairmouth is probably going to end up ranked higher. I think it's a value tier, though. I think they're pretty equal. Same way.
Fant. I love Fant's upside.
I do too.
But he's not. At some point, you have to say, gosh, it's not matching up. And Freiermuth's doing it as a rookie. That's got to look good on your metrics right there, huh, Peter?
No, not really, because Fant's done it twice now, and Freiermuth hasn't done it, but he's looking very impressive for a rookie, but I don't think he's like, what is he at? 9 points per game?
Yeah.
Which, again, that sounds like shade, but for a tight end, that's actually pretty solid for consistency. Again, it's impressive. He's tight end 11. That's true. He's in the top 12. Pitts is tight end 12. But, I mean, this is where most tight ends operate within this range. Fant's done it twice. Fairmouth is doing it as a rookie. It is impressive. I want Fant because I think he comes at I think if you throw someone Fairmouth for Fant, I think they were okay adding a pick to Fant. So I want Fant. But if it's the same value tier, it's fine. Yeah. Same value. Take Fairmouth, I guess.
You mentioned Brevin Jordan, Cole Kmet, and Adam Troutman, too. Can you see a scenario where any of them become a difference maker at the position?
I think in the same way Mike Gesicki is. They're having promising early careers, and we forget about them way too quick because they don't Kyle Pitts or Pat Freiermuth. But this is where most of the tight end producers in the top 12 come from, to be honest. So, yeah, I think Brevin Jordan could score pretty well this week, actually. He's done it in different weeks. Cole Kmet's in Chicago, right behind Jimmy Graham. You can't blame a tight end for being behind Jimmy Graham, okay? It's Hall of Fame tight end.
He's been actually producing without having to do anything behind him.
Yeah, his target share is like 22%, 27%, 29% last week. He had a 6% week in there. but I mean, that's actually pretty significant volume the last 5 weeks for a sophomore tight end on the Bears, where Allen Robinson couldn't even
One
earn
of
targets.
Kudajiro's favorites.
And Trotman, same thing. They're not. I think they are rightly valued below the Fairmouth and the no offense, but I think they're interesting second round pick value players because they could end up being the Mike Gesicki's. These are tight ends we absolutely loved as rookies. We tend to. They didn't do what Pat Fairmouth did, but the whole reason it's good is because they normally don't.
Right.
So I just want to call them in.
Troutman is 29th among tight ends in terms of routes run. He's getting asked to block a lot. Like I don't know that that's. I know that you can overcome that. I'm not saying it, but I mean, he's at some point. It's. I don't know that. I just don't see it with Troutman. I guess I'm
plays
a
for the
fan that
Saints,
watches
right?
him. I just don't see it.
That's fair. It's just his volume's been pretty good recently. He had a good college receiving profile. His size profile fits. He's had 6, 7, 6, 8 targets between weeks 8 and 11. Those are all pretty good target numbers. Routes run aside. Compare that with a good profile and the fact that you're not really meant to do anything like this until year 2, year 3. Rodoviz puts the most common breakout age at year 2, so technically he should be breaking into the top 12 right now. And he's, like you said, he's like tight end, what is he, 29? But there is a delayed arc to a lot of tight ends' journey into fantasy relevance. I think Troutman's doing the first thing that's actually significant in terms of volume. When for the first year of his career, all you heard about is he's about to do it in the Saints, and he's actually starting to earn the targets now. I think that's noteworthy. That's the whole reason I put him in there. It's not like I'm expecting points or I'm paying first. I think their volume increase this season has been noteworthy. That's it. Call me wrong. You can't, because I actually stayed really I didn't actually say very much at all. That's the way to do it, you see. No, I pay a second round pick to hold them on the back of my roster. But that's probably because I don't care about my second round picks.
Wow. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
You're good.
I just got a disturbing message. That's all.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
I'm trying to target young wide receiver. I actually think Rondell Moore's probably even a little lower, Tim Shady, but I think all of them should be valued similarly, and so I'll take the one like you've got Waddle, like
Waddle, Smith. They're all the same.
They should be valued similarly, but I think Rondell Moore and Smith are lower valued. So yeah, those will be the ones I targeted first. Elijah Moore and Jalen Waddle I held slightly over him. Rashad Bateman's ghosting or coasting behind them as well, or with them rather. So I think Smith and Rondell Moore are the easiest to trade for. You're probably going to end up paying the same for all of them except Waddle, though. To be honest with you,
Rondell Moore should be a tier below.
Should be. I don't know. All right.
Wait, I'm not paying for Rondell Moore. I'll pay for Elijah Moore.
How much?
Not paying.
See, that's the question. I think it's all pretty similar. If you want to trade for them, I think you're paying pretty much the same. So go get your favorite.
But
one.
I'm not going to get a 5'6" receiver.
Well, I am. That's not the question. What would you pay for Elijah Moore?
I'd give a first.
Okay, me too. That's actually what they were drafted as. So I don't think any of us are getting them.
Elijah Moore was drafted as a first,
late first
in Superflex.
I have no idea.
Borderline super flex, but I mean, he was right there.
He's in the seconds.
But he's worth that first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I clearly believe that.
But Rondell Moore, you're going to get
maybe a second, first and a second for him.
You're going to get Rondell Moore cheaper, though. I think that's why I think he's better.
I'm not going after him.
I froze or you two froze. I don't know which, but I'm going to blame you. Yeah.
Russ.
I'm not giving a first and a second for Rondell Moore, but
no one's trading you Elijah Moore for a first. No one.
First and a second.
I'd give that for Rondo more too. That's the thing. I think all of them are kind of probably similarly valued. Whoever's rostering them is going to demand the same.
Yeah, that's true.
So is Smith and
Everyone
Rondo
values their players more.
Yeah, is Smith the best value? Yeah, but if you don't like him the most, go get the one that you like the most because they're probably pretty close.
I want Waddle if I can get him. So if you're saying who's the best target, to me that's the one. I mean, that's the one I want.
Devontae Smith's not bad either.
No, he's not. But I think Waddle's going to be a top 12 wide receiver in ADP over the offseason or close to it. And I don't think Devonta Smith is.
Personally, I think Jamar Chase is the best rookie wide receiver to go get. I don't know why these guys.
Who's that?
Good question. He's a guy drafted ahead of Kyle Pitts, rightly so. Corey D, what are we doing with the Sean Watson Superflex Dynasty? I said earlier, I'm basically treating him like he's retired. There's a potential he comes back, but I'm not expecting it until I see it. I'm definitely not expecting it. That's the way I roll. So I would trade him if I've got him for whatever value he's carrying right now. But I'm not I'm not looking for that edge.
I'm holding.
Yeah, this
super league specific,
especially in leagues that I am rebuilding. I probably have way too many shares of him. But
what would he bring in a trade if you wanted to trade him right now? Is the question, right?
Nothing.
And if he's trading for nothing, you hold him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where would I trade? In a super flex, I'd trade him for a second round pick. I wouldn't be scared to. I think his value is going to fall from here until we get some future grand.
Yeah, Bosch got me.
There's some pretty good trades. 1 QB league, him, Watson in a third for Debo and a second and third. Yeah, you do that. If you're getting that kind of value.
If you can package him up, that's probably the way to do it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
John O2, how likely is it that Dallas Goedert is ever a top 5 dynasty tight end? Hadn't he done that once before? As likely as anyone in the top 12. He's fine. It's fine.
I'd say it's very unlikely that he's ever a top 5 dynasty tight end again.
I'm agreeing.
I'm happy to be on. Why don't you like him, by the way?
Because he plays for Philadelphia.
That's fair.
I'm trying to think. He was
there's no reason. He plays for Philadelphia. Come on, just end it. Next question.
Didn't you just say you like Devontae Smith, though? I mean, clearly.
I do, but I don't like him as much as Waddle.
He's not going to be valued over. What would have to happen for him to, in the next few years, be worth more than Kyle Pitts? Like, I feel like it's a very
that's not happening.
It's not
that's not happening. No, sorry, I thought you were talking in Finnish.
Can you get rid of Calvin? Can you get rid of Calvin?
No, I'm saying I'm saying
that's a good point, John. I thought we were talking about can he finish in the top 5, and yes, he can. Will he ever be like ranked as a No, we have too many at this point. I don't think he can make the list. He'll be a younger player.
You got the other kid coming out of Notre Dame that's going to come out that people are all
exactly. There's always going to be another Kyle Pitts. People waste their draft.
No. And there will never be another Kyle Pitts. So you just stop right there.
He will never be ranked there. His ADP is not going to climb.
No, it's not going to happen. Good question. Yeah.
That was his question.
That one, yeah.
Okay.
Which we rattled on with for a while. So,
it was about 6 months ago.
I feel like it's too late to soak him now. If you've got him, like, you're good. There's a guy who could finish top 5.
Yeah.
Probably won't be ranked there again. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think in non-tight end premium, like, I think he's just a guy you have to ride.
You're stuck. He's dying on your roster.
But I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, I think he's going to produce when he plays. Like, he's very good.
When he plays. Yeah, great. Sorry, I'm very abrupt.
No, that's fine. I was just looking at his numbers compared to Kyle Pitts on a per game basis. They're better,
I'm going to hang
anyway, No, Kittle can finish top 5. He's never going to be ranked there again. He's volume 4. I think we're actually kind of.
No, Kittle can squeak into 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see. We've got Mark Andrews, Waller, Kelsey. Not that this is the order. Kyle Pitts.
I think
Kelsey's 32, right? Kelsey's 32.
Yeah.
He's going to pop out of there.
I don't think he's falling out of the top 5.
No, he's going to pop out.
Probably not the year after, but then you're looking at Dallas Goedert being 28 all of a sudden. So, I
don't care about him.
I thought that's who we were talking about. We were talking about Kittle?
No, Kittle. Kittle can pop back in the top 5.
He can. Yeah. I don't know he does by consensus. Just because you've got Hawkinson and Fant rolling around and someone's going to like Pat Freiermuth. It's going to be a tough squeeze, and I want Kittle if I'm getting them cheaper than those guys. Yeah, as a rule.
Because he's going to be cheaper. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think he can squeeze into that top 5. That's not out of the range of possibility.
I wouldn't object to someone ranking him there. I don't know he gets set by ADP. But you could. Yeah, you're not wrong. We're
DLF,
close enough.
DLF ADP?
Andrews bumps him, you think?
Yeah, I think Andrews.
Andrews should. Andrews should be 2. It's Kittle, Andrews. Pitts, Andrews. Yeah. Sorry.
Kittle 1?
No. Pitts, Andrews.
But where would you rank
like
Pitts?
A Waller?
It's probably time to sell Mark Andrews, by the way.
Oh, Mark Andrews.
25
let me tell you a little bit about Mark Andrews. This guy is amazing. All right. The guy has type 1 diabetes, just like my daughter, and is able to play professional football.
Yep.
And he's a complete inspiration to everyone that has diabetes.
Diabetes or not, he's compared to anyone, he's one of the best tight ends in the league.
Yep. It's like talking to a wall. There was nothing there. That's why Calvin is the number 1 host in the world. Calvin knew what I was doing, and you had no clue.
Cool. Yeah.
Calvin, can you feed off of what I just said?
The fact that we went brick wall right there is the best possible thing that could have happened after that Mark Andrews comment.
For sure. Yeah.
Diabetes or not. That was the answer.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm really happy that he's a great advocate. But the fact that he has diabetes and literally is second to none in talent, I thought was adding to the comment.
I was trying to do a promo, asshole. I'm sorry.
I don't care.
I probably shouldn't have done that on live TV. All right.
I don't know what to say to that. I'm glad you were trying to do a promo. I hope you get lots of support.
There won't be any likes. Thing. I was trying to just promote diabetes and Diabetes Awareness Month and all that. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to help. I said a good thing about Mark Andrews.
You know we're still live, right?
Yeah. I'm aware. Dawson Knox, where does he fit into you for this? I saw him ranked pretty close to these guys and inside the same
I would
kind
say
of
about
tier.
8.
It feels dubious to me. Maybe I haven't been paying enough attention to Dawson Knox. He's certainly ranking up there right now.
I got him at 8.
I think he's in a good example of someone who's probably not ever a difference maker at the position, but you don't mind having him on your roster. Like, I think he's one of those guys that you'll start and do well. Like, can he get to a place where you're drafting him over Mike Gesicki? I don't know. Like I'm not sure how high he can climb.
That's why he stood out to me, and I don't honestly know whose ranks I was reading. It was something I scanned through, but I saw Dawson Knox mentioned in amongst all these names. I was like, huh, am I just way too low on Dawson Knox? And then I looked, and yeah, his points are up there. 12 points per game, 12% target share.
12.9 points per game, same exact as Darren Waller right now.
Only through 9 games, but
yeah. So top 5 in terms of points per game, pretty good.
Seems a little up and down, though. I don't know. It seems elevated because, what was it, 2 weeks ago he went off or something like that?
Yeah. He struggled with some injuries this year, but he's definitely broken out. It's just...
I've got him around, I got a 10.
What is it, his 3rd year now? I know, like I said earlier, I'm a big fan of the belated tight end production curve. I don't know. Maybe I've just heard one too many Buffalo tight end stories. That and Pittsburgh seem to be where we expect them to come from. And maybe I've been let down too often.
I think he's going to be valued as a back-end tight end 1. That's Dalton Schultz. Would you rather have Knox or Schultz?
They kind of fall into the same tier for me. I just guess I haven't been paying enough attention to Schultz and Knox in general because they're both in there. Like I said, Schultz is tight end 5 this year, and I just had no knowledge of him. That's kind of asking you guys, what have I been missing out on? Have they been great?
Yeah, those are guys you took like what? Maybe they didn't even get drafted in a lot of leagues. Like there was, or you're the very end of leagues. So,
like these are the guys that I'm putting like Fant and Hawkinson over in order to push them pretty close to the top 5. I mean, I don't know what. Honestly, it's just because I hadn't thought of them. It's not like a strong take. I've just lost in most of my leagues, so I haven't been having to pay attention to anything but the main names.
I like it.
So I just pulled up my rankings. I got Pitts, Kelsey, Waller, Kittles 4, Andrews 5, Hawkinson 6, Fairmouth, then Goddard at 8, Fant 9, and then Knox 10.
I don't know. I've been let down way too many, but with way too many breakout tight ends, I guess. But Knox and Schultz and that group just, I don't know.
I mean, from when I talked to Zach, Fairmouth was the tight end to look at. He was being undersold as a pick because Pitts was so much higher. So I jumped on Fairmouth in every league at the end of the second round. And to me, that seems like that is paying out very nicely.
Yeah, incredibly, actually. I jumped on him literally. His receiving numbers were fine, but he's huge, man. He's literally the only guy who fit in the average tight end profile size-wise. He's like, I was like, okay, I guess that's number 2 because no one else really stood out at all. Brevin Jordan's receiving. That's it.
He's Heath Miller.
He might.
I think he's what we hoped Heath Miller could be.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Heath Miller kind of sucked, huh? Lost Swift.
No, he didn't. He always produced. Come on.
He always produced value swings.
But if you put him in the lineup, he scored a touchdown.
Should you buy Jamal Williams if you lost Swift? What's the cost?
We need more.
No,
we need more.
Lost Swift this week. Running back situation is hurting. Should I trade and buy Jamal Williams, and if so, at what price? I guess you could always use more context for that.
I'd trade away an injured player for someone that's producing. Yeah, sure.
No, you're not trading away Swift.
Jamal Williams I guess Jamal Williams is worth about a second in Dynasty to a non-contender.
Swift so it depends. Is my running back 7.
You don't have to trade Swift. Just buy Jamal Williams.
Yeah. That's not who I would be looking for to buy with a second round pick, though. I'm not. If I can use that same second round pick and get Cordero Patterson, that's what I'm doing. And if Patterson's on a non-contender, that's what you can get for him.
Patterson, James Conner. I've nearly memorized this list we've made. Who else did we say?
You could probably go get.
Can't get Joe Mixon for that.
No.
Elijah Mitchell, maybe.
No. You can get Swift from you can get Mixon for Swift.
You're not trading Swift.
Yeah, Swift isn't involved. I think he wants to keep Swift. It's about who should he go target because he lost Swift.
Oh, James Robinson.
Yeah, James Robinson, good one. Darrell
Cordell Patterson. I'd even go get Pollard.
He's on the cusp of missing. Definitely don't spend too much then. I want you to make the playoffs, don't get me wrong. Go get a running back. But if you're on the cusp of it, there's no need to go all in on the win. So go for one of these cheaper running backs. James, I think one of the more interesting ones you pointed out was James Conner. I think he might be slightly underrated. And that's one Cal came up with earlier. And Bob just mentioned as well. And I completely forgot. But that's a good reason to target him.
At 6 and 6, don't give up anything. Don't give up anything for a non-elite running back on the worst team in the league.
Yep. How about that? Don't give up too much.
Yeah.
But why don't you try for those guys with something? Injured players, like Cal said, throw a third with something and try and get one of those guys.
Chuba might be a good option too. You can probably get him pretty cheap.
Yeah, Madison, Chuba, and then Jamal probably would be the order, right?
I think this is a second. Yeah, Dan Arnold was great pre-injury.
I would say Patterson, Connor, Chuba is my order.
Arnold was great pre-injury.
I guess that's a feeling I'm getting off Schultz and Knox. It's good in this little stretch, and I don't know how confident I feel that it continues over into next year. But yeah, Dan Arnold was doing it in those targets at least. Ooh, Mohammed, this guy offered me a first-round pick, Goodwin and Javonte Williams for Alvin Kamara. Take it.
Absolutely. You should not stop right now and go
Smash accept.
Yeah. Accept that one.
Yes.
At Javonte Williams alone.
Javonte Williams is going to be drafted over Kamara next year, and you get the rest of it for free.
Yeah. It's just it's value, if nothing else. Bateman on a 2023 second for Henderson, Dalton Schultz on a 2023 third and a fourth. Which side do you prefer?
Bateman in the second.
Yeah, it's Bateman for me.
Henderson's going to lose as much value as anybody over the course of the next 6 months.
Yeah.
I think
although your boss is really in love with him.
Ryan is?
Ryan loves Henderson. I tried to send him a second for it. Couldn't get it.
Honestly, my first thought was, what does Rebecca have to say about any of this? No. All right.
Well, wait till I send you something for Rebecca.
I see where you're going there. He offered me Bateman and Edwards and a third for Henderson and Schultz. Anything with Bateman on one side and Henderson plus package on the
Bateman wins.
Yeah. Anything close to that. Get the best one that he's offering, but either one's good.
I think even the one that he offered to you is a good trade for you.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a really good one. I got offered Patterson and Breeder for a mid-first rounder. I'm a contender.
No. If you're a contender, you
want Patterson if you're a contender, all right?
Yeah. But are you giving up a late first for
It's going to be the 111, 112, though. Hopefully.
Well, he's saying middle first. Is this someone else's first?
No, that's somebody else. He says he has 2 first rounders.
Yeah, it must be.
Get a second contender. You want Patterson. He's going to win leagues.
Yeah, get a second back.
Even if you tell him he can keep Breeder if he adds a second. I want Breeder, don't get me wrong, but getting a little safety in the value is important there for you. But you can work with that. I think that's close. That's what
Yeah.
I'd say, Alex. Joanna Sanchez, which players the market completely wrong on in value?
James Robinson.
In what
How
way?
do you mean you think he's going to stay the running back, right?
Oh, either he's going to stay the running back in Jacksonville, or they're going to trade him to a team that will pay for it.
Why would they? They wouldn't trade him. I can't see him trading him.
It's coming up.
But I do think it's possible he makes Travis Etienne look like a bad pick.
Okay. I'm just going to sit on that.
I'd have to look up ADP to get a better answer, but I think Marcus Brown and Deebo Samuel are my go-to for this ADP this offseason.
Wide receivers, definitely.
But that's probably not who you're looking for because you already know the score. Good.
J.K. Dobbins being RB16 is wrong. It needs to be higher.
No, unless you can get a late first for Cordell.
I did get a first for Cordell in a league. But I think he's the kind of player you want off your roster if you're not a contender.
I agree.
Like Gronk. Like Gronk is somebody, you need to trade him to somebody. He could retire this offseason.
Probably will again. And then retire. Who cares?
He's going to stay as long as Tom does.
I don't know, man. Every time I hear him interviewed, I'm like, he sounds like the guy that's like, I'm tired of this. Why is he doing this?
Why does he keep making me come with Super Bowls?
Kind of fun.
That's fair.
Well, that was the thing. I made a trade and I acquired Tom Brady, and I'm like, he might go 2 or 3 more years after seeing what he's doing this year. What do you guys think?
Gronk?
No,
we talking about? I blanked.
Did you trade a first-round pick for Brady?
No, I ended up sending a second, a third, and a fourth.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Even if he doesn't go 2 or 3 years, you're probably okay.
I've got a pretty good chance to
win. So he's saying, if in case you guys didn't know, I was literally looking through a list of players trying to figure out who I thought was undervalued.
We already answered it.
He has to be a first, so there you go.
Yeah, late first.
Yeah,
early second.
Is Chenault worth a late 2022 second? My, how the value has fallen.
Probably that's about where it's at.
Is he worth it? You're asking for it. I'd probably start higher.
But that's about where you're going to end up.
Just hope that guy's looked at as an athletic profile. Yeah.
That's about.
Yeah. Going off as the wide receiver 44 right now.
Chase Claypool.
Is he divisive? I didn't know. I think he's a strong guy in Dynasty. It's been really promising.
I don't like him.
Oh, okay.
So I may be one of the ones on the other side.
What did I miss?
I think he's worth it.
I need to know. Don't leave me in the dark. Tell me what's wrong with Chase Claypool.
I don't. I like Chase.
I think this is where I get more into situation. I think what he does is such a bad fit for Pittsburgh when they move on. Well,
he's like a bargain 19 Randy Moss is what he is.
Oh, well, come on. Randy Moss, come on.
No, bargain. A bargain. You're poor man.
Version,
Your poor man's Randy Moss.
Dollar store version. Okay.
Yeah.
He goes down the field and catches it. Got it. Yeah, he's got like 12.68 and Ben can't throw the football anymore, I hear. So is that
Yeah, and who knows who's going to be quarterbacking next year?
Who cares? Nah.
There's
a good rookie season.
Once again, I'm going to hang up and listen.
He's had a good rookie season. This sophomore season looks like it's going to be a little lower than expected, but he's got 12 points per game, 90% target share. I think overall,
he's fine. Yeah, he's fine.
I didn't know he was divisive though. Like,
no, I don't think he is.
He's got a follow up here about his league. He got him for a 2023 second. Yeah, he's worth more than that.
He's definitely worth more than that.
Second,
I'm not a big guy like for Claypool, but that's great value. Yes, you won that trade.
Yeah,
I think so. Your league's vice. That's interesting. You know that in some leagues he could be that kind of player. I kind of get it. I think Deontay Johnson's being slightly underrated. Back to Joannis's question, and it relates in. Like what? Again, he's slightly older, so Bob will hate him. But what he's doing this year is pretty impressive in that situation. Kind of what I hope Juju could do. But there you go. Mohammed, the guy want my Big Ben or Jared Goff. I don't know what to offer. I have Russ and Zach Wilson, and this relates back to
if you can get rid of Big Ben, get rid of him.
Yeah, just accept this offer first, then we'll discuss the other one.
Yeah, exactly.
Either way, like that's really important.
If you find a way to get rid of Big Ben, then get rid of him because otherwise he's dying on your roster.
Goff too. Like, there's no reason to maintain carrying Goff on your roster. Like,
no.
Now I will say
you're gonna have to do some work in the offseason, but it is what it is.
This isn't a good quarterback room.
It's not. Russ is the shining light across all these names here. Zach Wilson has strong concerns with. Jared Goff's probably the second best dynasty quarterback on this list. Just to give you an idea that it's a bad list.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not happy where I have Jared Goff. Who's more valuable, T. Higgins or Jalen Waddle?
Ooh, that's a toss-up.
It's going to be in a tier, right? But I would have Higgins above him.
Yeah, I'm probably leaning that way too.
Cal already sees top 12 upside, so you should be the other way around.
I don't even mean from production standpoint. Maybe he does get there production wise, but I just think he's got so much helium. I think in the offseason with the what was he, the 10th pick? I mean, he was top 10 pick, right?
Right.
He's gonna have so much helium.
And he's been this is an amazing career year. Don't get me wrong.
I love T. Higgins. And they're in a passing offense.
He's at 15 points per game. For a rookie. It's pretty impressive.
He's 7 points behind Jamar Chase on the season.
Yeah. Yep. That's a good point. Slightly underrated, actually. 1 QB, half point PPR. Herbert, Swift, CEH, Javonte, Dobbins, Akers, ETN, Jefferson, Judy, DJ Moore, Mooney, Pitts, Waller. That's his team. Went total rebuild. What else do I need to compete? God, the hell if I know for next year.
Nothing.
You good? Look for good trades and good value.
Yeah. Move your pick for somebody else that's a stud.
No, this is a great team.
Yeah. I think this is more like just gloating.
Yeah.
John Bosch says people do that. I don't believe him. This is an honest question. I guess obviously CEH and Dobbins and Akers and ETN are the ones you're looking for good trades on from here to next season. If you don't get them, just keep them.
I would move CEH and see what you can do.
Yeah, maybe. ETN is probably the one that I'm looking to trade ETN for.
I'm gonna
desperate need, but
no.
They'll be on the top of my I will bargain list, I guess. Thanks for taking the time to answer my question during Awareness Month. Diabetes Awareness Month? You're
gonna recognize it now, huh? Okay.
I like this guy. I'm not even going to try this guy. James Robinson and an early 2022 force for Allen Robinson. Is anyone else feeling like you need to give up on Allen Robinson at this point?
Yep, done.
What's going to happen with him next year that it all of a sudden makes you think he's worth more?
He, like 28, 29 now?
Even if he has a good year, it's the value can't bounce back.
No.
Probably should, but it won't. Devin, very apologies. What are your thoughts on Dante Foreman? What year is it? Do you think you could sell him to a contender? I don't think anyone's falling for it. This is like the type of player you put on your trade bait, and everyone's like, God damn, I hate the trade bait. You could put him in a package, I guess, and someone might be tempted, but I don't.
No.
Your leagues may vary.
Don't
get me wrong, but I don't think he has value.
Maybe you get a third, like you said. And if you do, that's fine. Do it.
Maybe. Yes. Mohammed. Okay. Sutton yeah, you definitely should be targeting Elijah Moore for Cortland Sutton.
Just
Keenan
real
Allen,
quick on the Foreman thing, that goes right back to what I was saying earlier. Like, it's just a rule. If a non-elite running back that's a backup all of a sudden gains value and you can get anything for them, you do it.
Trade it. Yeah.
Always.
Keenan, Deontay, Hollywood, rank them, please.
Deontay, Keenan, Hollywood.
Rank them rest of season.
No.
Keenan, Hollywood, Keenan, Deontay.
He might have it right there. Keenan's 1 for the rest of the season.
I think it could be, but I'm going to put Hollywood above him because fuck you. No one likes the skinny guys but me.
Keenan, Hollywood, Deontay, rest of the season for me.
Oh, I can't put Deontay last on that list, man.
I know it sucks, right?
It sucks, but it's true. Big Ben's throwing to him.
You're putting Big Ben last. That's what.
Yeah, that's what you got to think about. You got to think about the quarterbacks.
Well, but is never mattered for Deontay.
You know what? I think the point's made. If you can't do it, just put Deontay first and feel good about yourself. It's fine.
Hey, if we all go different,
they know it's good.
If we all go different, they have to just pick who
Deontay,
they like
Keenan,
best.
Hollywood for me. That's where I'll go.
In that case, I'll switch to Keenan, Hollywood, Deontay. I love Keenan Allen, man. Just to give you 2 versus 1.
Yeah, there you go.
Taron Clout. Apparently, Jalen Waddle is still nursing his ankle injury. That is why he's primarily playing the slot.
He played a lot of the slot in the college, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't try and forecast. Jesus Christ, I can't say words now. ADOT changes, but it has been happening increasingly recently lately over the last couple of years, actually. I think the NFL is getting a little more creative with it. Mm-hmm. Jalen Waddle is someone that can play a more dynamic role. I think everyone knows that, though.
Yep.
I'll tell you who's been playing great from the slot is CD Lamb.
Yeah, that's true. Did last year, too. Best pick from this rookie draft?
Kyle Pitts.
Like the one from it's got to be Elijah Mitchell, right?
I knew it was coming. Just hold your breath and wait for it. Do you mean next year, though?
That's what I'm wondering, yeah. Elijah Mitchell is the right answer. If that you got him for what, third pick?
Oh, that's
round
a good
pick?
answer, actually. Shit. Yeah, that's the best answer ever. Yeah. Elijah Mitchell is probably the best.
I don't know. Fairmouth was pretty good.
I'm going to say Dynasty, since we're playing Dynasty, their best pick was Jamar Chase.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Jamar Chase is the best player.
Kyle Pitts.
Just pause. Let him have a think. McCaffrey for Debo.
You have to have take clock on something, right?
McCaffrey for Debo. Fair offer? Really depends on your situation at that point.
That's an interesting spelling of McCaffrey.
No, but I don't think it's fair. And I love Debo, but I think McCaffrey wins. Yeah. I think McCaffrey's going to get drafted higher this offseason. Mm-hmm. I think he will be valued higher. Unfortunately.
No, it's McCaffrey.
Not fair.
But it's not crazy.
It's not crazy.
If you're Debo's injured too, right? Debo's injured?
No.
Yeah, he is actually, isn't he?
Don't tell me my boy's injured.
I think he's injured.
Who's the better running
I don't
back,
think it's a
McCaffrey
fair.
or
I don't
Debo?
think it's a fair trade right now.
Who's a better NFL running back, Debo or Christian McCaffrey?
Oh, Debo. Shit, but
he's gonna miss 1 to 2 weeks. I'm wrong. Okay.
Yeah. So I would not make that trade.
No, I don't think so. And no side's good for even a contender.
I mean, if he was healthy and you were contending, I would think about it. But
it's still not fair. It's not fair, but
fair.
You might get it.
Yeah.
Just to answer. How do you guys feel about Terry McLaurin? We've been talking a lot about Terry McLaurin. I think he's a top 12 wide receiver. Slightly overvalued there, given the likely
He's
value.
27 years old. He's old. Forget him. DJ Moore is younger than people think, so I like him.
Somehow 24 years old.
My age. No, I think that's fair. I think they're both top 12 wide receivers. Neither have had a top 12 season. Who gets a quarterback first? That's ultimately the answer. And DJ Moore is younger, like Bob said. I think so, but it's all about price.
Yeah.
Especially for an older wide receiver in Dynasty. I listed him as a buy low on my podcast recently because I like the player. I think he's going to keep being good, but you have to get that age discount. I do not.
Oh.
I think so. I don't know.
Amari's not a guy that I want to add to my roster. I just don't think that's somebody.
He doesn't have value, but he gives you points.
Yeah, at that that's one of them.
You have to invest in him for the rest of his career. You're not buying like when they say buy low. I assume they are like playing the market, buy low, and I'm going to sell him high later. Like no, like his production is going to outrun his value for the rest of his career. You just have to be willing to hang on and.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
He's going to be outranked in Dynasty than he is points. His points rank is going to be higher than his Dynasty rank from here on out.
Yeah.
John's talking to someone else. He plays on the slot because of matchup advantage. You mean Jalen Waddle? Perhaps.
Probably Lamb.
It's either one, but that's true.
Mitchell's a good pick. Yeah, I think that's the biggest value mover or biggest.
This question is Mitchell.
The most you could have got for any rookie pick, relatively. Yeah, probably. You had to wait a little while, but not that long. Yeah.
No, we're catching up.
We're starting to.
The third? Mitchell in the third, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. That's about where you can't take them.
Oh, God.
If you could rank 2020.
No idea.
How would you rank these classes? I don't even know who's in the 2020.
I'll throw in the white flag on that one.
No idea. You need Devy players for this thing, and
I'm not one. Yeah,
go follow Travis May.
Yeah.
Travis May. Kane's another good one. There's just
Ray
GQ.
Ray
GQ's. Everyone already follows him now, so it's a useful suggestion.
Yeah, he's a DLF guy.
He contributed for a while. I don't know what he claims is his home there. He's his own thing at this point, I think.
Yeah.
His own brand. Ro, welcome in. Appreciate it.
All right. Wow.
Hey. What's up, guys? Senior Vids, first time live, making a playoff push, but lost Christian McCaffrey. Missing depth. Just traded Saquon for Mitchell and Evans. I don't know. Depth is my. I mean, it does play a part. Like you're worried about injuries, but if you're contending, really pushing.
All right.
What do you think?
You probably hate this trade, right? I know you like Evans, but Saquon for Mitchell and Evans, Peter?
I hate it, but you'd probably rather start Mitchell this week, right? And if you're contending and you really have to push, it makes sense.
Schedule.
I'm going to say I want the Mitchell side right now. For this year, if it were redraft, which Dynasty is redraft right now.
Yeah. And especially if you're contending, just play it like redraft. Yeah. That's fair. I hate the hell out of it. I think they took advantage of you a little bit, but it makes perfect sense. Go win. I get it. That's what I would say. Cal?
I would have tried it. I would have tried to send CMC for Mitchell and Evans.
I just think it better pay off. I think it better pay off because I think you say you make it a playoff push, but lost CMC. When did you really have him? Like, if you're making a playoff push, I'm not sure.
Your roster's pretty good.
Yeah, but when he says making a playoff push, he's not saying like, "Hey, I'm the number one team in this league."
Yeah, it's a little in, isn't it?
Yeah, so it kind of makes me think this might be kind of a hope and a prayer kind of trade, and if it better pay off because I think you're going to be. I think this is low value based on what you could get him. Well, you could trade Saquon for in 3 months, after the season.
I think that's a good point, Caro. If you're barely if you're not top 3, don't do this trade, man.
Yeah.
Winning is fun, but I don't know you win.
See his all play in order to answer that correctly.
If your play is over, I'm not even going to give a number. It depends where you're at. If you seriously can win this year, yes. If it's in question, probably just keep Saquon. But thank you, man. I bought Fant and have regretted it ever since. Please talk me off the ledge. I think I got the same question last week. Like I know tight ends.
You're fine. Just relax.
Fine.
Wait till Aaron Rodgers gets there.
Yeah. Speaking of relax, when Aaron Rodgers is his quarterback next year, you'll finally realize that value for Noah Fant.
He said, "Talk me off the ledge, not lie to me." Come on, man. All right. Talk you off the ledge. He's got the same points per game as Kyle Pitts. So is everyone apparently. 10 points per game, and Judy for that matter. Judy's going to be fine. Neither of these players' value is moving very far from now.
No,
till next
they're
season,
young.
so you're fine.
Don't worry about it.
I mean, the points. Actually, Fant's points are about what you can expect from a tight end outside the top 5, top 2. But their value's not going anywhere. So even though it sucks, you haven't lost nothing.
So don't worry.
That's what I'd say. I was talking about Waddle. Same thing applies to Lamb, but different because they don't have to put him on the outside because they have Gallup and Cooper who are better on the outside. That's fair.
Yeah. It's a good point because Gesicki spent a lot of time in the slot last year, and Waddle has sort of almost overtaken him there. It's a good point in that Lamb probably doesn't. He's probably not as good on the outside as Cooper is right now.
But they have the option. I think he's right here. They have they use these 3 great receivers in whatever roles they want, whereas Miami feels like they're in desperation mode. Just who can we get to do anything? Jalen Waddle, just take all the targets and do it close because we're bad. So I get his point, right? Dallas have the option, so that makes sense. Lamb is a wide receiver 1 in Dynasty. God bless you. I think I actually have him ranked there right now, but it's in a tricky way. I have him in a tier with Jefferson and Chase. I prefer Lamb.
It's just Lamb and Chase. They're in a tier by themselves.
Lamb,
Chase,
have
and Jefferson
there? Jefferson's just behind.
I want to ask why, but I'm scared it involves Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that Cousins might be moving on, or they might move on from him. That's my thought behind that.
Okay. Haven't heard much. Sorry, I swear he was about to say because he might go on to throw passes for Kyle Pitts or something. But no, I haven't heard much about Chark and Juju. I mean, you
haven't been listening to Peter Chark. If you haven't heard much about Juju.
Who's Chark?
DJ Chark. Guys, God, I'm sorry for anyone who didn't get out of that quick enough. Juju's actually still got some value because of his age and a top 12 season on it. Just saying. I know they're both free agents this year, but no.
Yeah.
I already rostered Juju a lot, and I'm happy to. I'm not selling. I'm holding, but don't go invest in it. That's what I would say. Let's see what happens at best.
Yeah.
Wait, can we? At what point do we get to a place where it's like, so many years ago, being a top 12 wide receiver doesn't matter anymore?
We're there. Well, that's why I'm not saying buy Juju, but it's because he has that. I'm not just panics. I'll sell him for a third. I don't want him on my roster. I'm willing to keep the hope, but we're already there. It's already concerning. This is a floor of floors. This is as low as I could go.
I don't think either one of them get a better contract in the offseason than Gallup or Christian Kirk.
DJ Chark just sucks. Don't do it. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Not the player. Fantasy asset, just I'm out. Been out a while. Been happy with it. Juju, I got caught with that one. And you're right to put him on the same question, and it hurts.
Yeah. We're still here. Nice to see you.
We are still here. Yeah. Thank you for still being here, Joe.
Degenerates won't let me go home. Send help. JJ's a wide receiver 2. I don't disagree. That's where I have him, actually. I'm pretty sure. No, 3. Yeah.
He's been.
I can't remember if I have Chase or JJ too, but it doesn't matter. It's all the same. It's all the same. Thoughts on
I'm
Lamb?
looking at my rankings right now, and I got Lamb, Chase, JJ.
But you have a tier separation there, you said.
A little bit. I mean, it's
not baby tier.
Just
baby tier.
Yeah, baby tier.
Baby tier.
I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to. Well, Kyle Pitts is above all them.
I know. We know. Taryn Claire, we actually talked about this a while ago. I'm panic selling, but I never bought, so it's actually a trick. Cal and Bob both rightly pointed out, you can just hold. It's fine. Cal's optimistic. Bob's just waiting for a value swing up. If you can get more than sell him.
Yeah. I play Dynasty like the market. And I wait. I buy low, sell high.
He's currently the 12. He's QB 12 in terms of ADP. So I don't know that he's top 10, but he's close.
And Cal said, if you already saw, you believe in him, then you probably just take the ride because he really thinks he has that upside. And I think that's a fair take too.
There is one guy that I started selling. There's one guy I started selling that nobody else has started selling. And that's DK Metcalf.
We actually got a question about him, a couple earlier. One was just a crazy value, but the other one was if he's a buy.
No,
I mean, he's in that tier because of his age. I think he's definitely a sell.
I've been selling him. I sold him straight up to Matt Price for CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
The same position trades suck. You both lost that one, and you're both stupid for doing it.
That one.
What should we be doing with Rondon Moore? Sell, hold, buy. I'm buying.
Yeah, me too.
I'm selling.
But here's the thing. That's based on the idea he's valued less than those other rookies. And as we were talking about before, I honestly think they all cost the same thing. So just get your favorite. Don't worry about which one's cheaper. Mm-hmm. But if he is easier to trade for or traded for a slightly lesser value, I would buy Rondon Moore.
If someone will give you Elijah Moore for him, do it.
Well, yeah, but I don't think you can do that.
How do you know?
How do you know if you don't try it?
I gotta try it then, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, that would be the advice. Go get your favorite rookie. Apart from Jamar Chase and maybe Waddle, they should all be about the same value.
You're not going to get Smith.
I think Waddle and Rondon Moore and Elijah Moore have similar value. I think whichever one you want, you could trade. If someone's going to accept the trade, all three would accept the trade.
Okay.
I think, but it depends who's in your league. I mean, if Bob's in there, apparently not. But I would try with the one that you prefer rather than just going for the one that you think is cheapest, because they should be pretty close at least. And I have them all the same. I would easily buy Smith, easily buy Rondon Moore. How would I rank them? Smith, Elijah Moore, then Rondon Moore. He would be at the bottom there. So he's probably not a buy low, but I'm perfectly fine investing or trading for him at his value. Where's the ideal spot for Gesicki in the offseason? Miami?
Yeah. Sticking with Miami is probably the best.
Pebble Beach?
Tennessee? Yeah. Maybe Tennessee. Indianapolis?
Actually, Tennessee's not a bad idea.
Yeah. One of those Tennessee, Indianapolis, I could see it.
I think Tennessee. I think Tennessee is the right answer.
Should I ever? No.
I think that's overrated. It's good to get trades. I think it's okay to give up too much. Honestly, I mean, so many trades people thought I wasn't offering enough. It turns out they should have ripped me the hell off. We tend to get these wrong. And so if you really feel confident in a player or a take or a strategy, yeah, you can. The overriding truth is that the value market wins. Bob and John Bosch have been doing this for years and doing really well with it. So technically, no. I would say that's true, Bob. You just should always get more value, not less.
I'm fine. Yes. I mean, it's okay to overpay.
It is okay
to win. If you're trying to win, if you're not trying to win, don't overpay. I actually have done this recently in a new startup where John and I both decided we were not going to sell because nobody was paying market value. And we said, let them learn. You
don't have to make a trade just because no one will give you what you want. I was more thinking I once overpaid for Dalvin Cook coming off his injury season using 2 wide receivers. One of them was Adam Thielen. I forget the trade. And it was strongly felt it was an overpay because his knee was bad and he was injured and we hadn't seen it yet. And it worked out. Sometimes it's okay to overpay. That was in the offseason. Oh, fuck no. The trade got overturned.
Okay. It's okay. It is okay to overpay. I offered.
But then he balled out that year. That's the thing. I think it's okay to try to overpay some, but you don't. If no one, you don't. It has to be a certain feeling, a certain situation. Yeah. Mostly, Bob's right. You shouldn't overpay for it.
I mean, I offered Dalvin Cook at the beginning of the season for Mac Jones, and I was denied. Yeah. So, I mean, it's only an overpay if you think it is. It's really something that you have to believe in.
That's actually probably good. You don't overpay, but don't worry about someone else's value system necessarily. Like if it's a good value to you, it's good value.
Exactly.
I wouldn't do it with it almost sounds like Joe wants the outcome to be that this person trades more. I don't know if I'm reading into that, but
yeah, don't try and manipulate the league too much. Right. It doesn't work.
Either you have a trading league or you don't.
Yeah. If it's someone who just like they've got your favorite player on their team and they just never trade, and you're like, what am I gonna do to get to then yeah, fine. If it's somebody you just have to have, but you're not going to change this person as a trader and fantasy football player.
I forgot that's where she started. You're entirely right. Don't try and massage the trade market into something good using your team.
You either have a trade league or you don't.
At best, you can do that slowly a little bit, like being okay overpaying a third or doing trades as often as you can. But yeah, don't give up.
John has these right in order for me.
I think Waddle should be
Waddle 1.
Waddle, Smith.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, same thing.
It's getting late. I get it. Should I offer, and they didn't have Kyle Pitts in there, so you were confused immediately.
Yeah.
Should I offer Sutton and a second for Chase Claypool?
I mean, no.
Same, kind of even. I prefer the Chase Claypool side at this point.
Yeah, I would rank Claypool over Sutton for sure.
Is Sutton injured?
No, just not productive.
Then I'm not letting go of him yet.
Why not? Go ahead, say he's young.
Claypool's
not young.
23.
He came in as a slightly older rookie. He's in his 4th year. You thought he was young. I know you did.
I did.
I have it in my head as a young player too, and he's not. Chase Claypool.
He's 26. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
There you go. So is Terrence Marshall a bust? I think so. Well, I thought so before the season, to be fair, so that's highly biased. Confirmation bias activate.
If he is a bust, this is what it looks like.
Yeah. You can still believe in him. Players beat these trends all the time.
We've been going for 4 hours here.
People like us. I don't know why. I don't know why anyone ever likes me, but I think they're here for Cal. Rondell Moore, so much promise based on College Dominator. College Dominator misleads that way, by the way, but yeah, age-adjusted production got his back too, so it's fine. He doesn't hit. It's going to be difficult to buy future team short wide receivers. Is it though? In Deebo Samuel's coming out party, is it though? The height doesn't mean anything.
Well,
Trevor Colin's short.
He had a 39th percentile college dominator. I don't know that this is true about Rondale Moore. Actually, his target share.
I'm assuming she's quoting player profiler who calculate a certain way. Probably would have pushed him up.
He's a
That's what I'm looking at. Player profiler.
Okay, I'm wrong.
College target share was good, but it was like everything was near the line of scrimmage. It's very similar to his role now in the NFL. So he didn't have the yards and the touchdowns you would look for.
He had age-adjusted production.
Although,
breakout age of 18.2, which is good.
Zach liked him, but
he's doing well. Am I feeling like that's being underrated in this conversation?
Austin.
He's having a great rookie season.
He's not Tavon Austin. Get out of here with that.
No,
totally different player. Totally different player. He is gosh, his college yards per reception was in the 1 percentile.
Well, that's what happens when you play East Boise State.
No, I mean like first, not 99th percentile, first percentile. He's like totally on the opposite side. Everything's near the line of scrimmage.
I liked him too.
But it's almost reading like he's done, like his career's over, and he had so much promise. What happened?
Yeah, like he's busted. Yeah, I think you're lovely pessimistic. Like he's got a 50% target share. That's the same as Elijah Moore. He's getting 16.1 opportunities a game, which is really good for a rookie.
I think it's the distance on targets.
He's not getting air yards. I get it. His ADOT's low, but I mean, he can excel in that role. Is it a little weird? Is it a little different? But I honestly think he's having a good rookie season.
He's fine.
Wide receivers play slightly different positions, and his is markedly extreme. But the fact he can earn volume in that role, I think he can score points. But overall, and also short players do well all the time.
Better PPR, better in PPR, I would think.
The height doesn't make you better or worse, but the role does have an effect. Right. That's fair.
I mean, the role.
If you can get anything for him, get it.
And Tyreek Hill is short. Am I wrong on that? He's not 6'6". Like he's a down the hill top 12 wide receiver. What does short have to do with that? And Rondale Moore is fast as hell. Rebuilding team PPR, Superflex, and Kittle, Knox and commit.
Yeah, if you can get something for him.
I thought you were the one that was optimistic on Kittle earlier.
No. I said sell.
A rebuilding team.
If you're rebuilding, you're willing to sell anything that has value. Sorry, I interrupted. Yes. Cal's probably got a better answer.
No, I was just going to say a rebuilding team. Yes, you want to sell. I'd sell any of these guys. I like all of them. None of these.
I'd probably hold Komet.
You're not building your team around these guys for the future. They're not cornerstones.
No,
but here's the thing. I think Kittle can be a cornerstone piece. I require good value for Kittle. Everyone else, I'm trading because I'm churning, and if I'm adding value, I'm adding value.
Yeah.
But Kittle's a player on this list who's had that cornerstone type production.
All right, what do we got? 3 questions left?
You know they can add more, right? That's where they keep coming from. It's not been one long list. I guess because it's easy to trade with someone I traded with before. It is, and you should. I like the fact that you're trying to encourage your league mates to trade. I don't want to kill that energy, but like you don't have to pay for the sins of your league. If your league sucks at utilizing one of the main ways you
reach out to me, I'll find you another league.
Change Dynasty. Like you shouldn't have to suffer for it. But I do like the energy, right? Try to be active. So that's all we're trying to say, I think.
Maybe try to strike up a conversation that doesn't have to do with trading. Maybe develop a rapport some other way.
Yeah. If it means I lose a trade for them. And again, it's a losing quotation marks. If you don't actually feel like you're losing it, it's fine. Yeah. But you shouldn't feel like you have to encourage them. That's all. We just don't want you to see it taken advantage of. Not that you would be. The only difference between Moore and Tutu Atwell is Tutu is injured and still Black Boy. Tutu, I think Rondale Moore's twice his size. I thought I really went in hard on the smallest man in the world. I think I confused them. The fact he hasn't even gotten the field is notable for a number of reasons. One, it's not like they didn't know his size, so it's a little hard to blame his size.
What is his value? Too much?
It's 9 first-round picks. No, I think Rondale Moore is a healthy NFL size. While I went in on Tutu Atwell, he would have been slightly unprecedented at his size to have a fantasy significant season. We've seen players about Brandon Ayo's build at least. I really don't think the size matters that much, but Tutu is a bit of an extreme outlier, even compared to Moore, unless I'm misremembering the numbers.
Now, Moore's 180, it says on here. 5'7", I guess, is what people are saying but I don't know
that's the problem.
I just remember him having a big BMI.
Yeah, he's jacked.
Yeah.
He's like a mega athlete.
He's just short. I mean, he's a bowling ball. He's Maurice Jones.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like the
he's a running back.
Tutu was just short, and Rondo's just kind of, he's smaller, but he's fucking rocked, you know? Yeah, for like the first, always. I've always been out on Irv Smith, truth be told. I did not make that play. Anyone got positive Irv Smith feelings?
He's 23 and he's free. So
to be fair, that's really young to say someone's a failure at something when he's like in the highest level of profession. That's fair.
23 is okay.
He's 23. Well, gosh, he still has an ADP of tight end 16. That feels high.
These questions are still coming.
I'd rather the Komets of the world and the ones that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Yes.
With a roster spot in a rebuilding team. That's what I'd say. Sorry, because he's 23. Sorry, I've just asked, should have asked this as well. What would you be looking for to get out of Kittle? Yeah, and that's a question, I would guess. What are you guys just can't wait to get rid of Kittle? What are you asking for?
Can you? I don't even feel like
you can probably get Waddle.
Andrews.
Waddle.
Yeah, I feel like Waddle's my go-to answer. For like buying right now, like
Waddle
Smith and Dobbins. Waddle and Dobbins are my favorite buy lows.
Man walks into a bar, offers Kittle for Jalen Waddle. That's the best. I don't think no one's giving you Jalen Waddle for Kittle, right?
No,
not close. I haven't looked at ADP, so it's actually kind of a question.
I'm looking at. I just pulled up Dynasty Trade Calculator.
Okay,
that's fair.
That's your boss, right?
How dare you?
Okay.
I try.
Yeah, Waddle for Kittle. I guess.
That's my second plug of the night.
I think you're looking at like a first and second, maybe. Like maybe you can get that.
I think you can get 2 first.
If you can get 2 first, I'm interested on a rebuild.
Right, because the person buying is a contender, right? So you're getting a couple of late first.
Yeah, I think that hopefully that gives you an idea of what to look for. But again, like we were saying to Joannis, is if it feels fair to you, you kind of have to have your own, your league better, if nothing else.
If it's super flex, if you can get Mac Jones, do it.
Oh, yeah. If you get a quarterback, especially Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
Or how about Trey Lance? Could you get Trey Lance?
You can get Trey Lance and a first.
Well, God, that's a great value.
It's actually interesting, Tim. I think he was drafted as a wide receiver and they wanted to work. I don't think Tyreek Hill's career happens if the team wasn't willing to try to play him as a wide receiver. But he was drafted. I think he's listed in college as a utility player. He played more running back than wide receiver and barely played at all in college. The team clearly, there was a huge competition. I remember I paid more attention to that in the offseason and the preseason than I have most things because it was really interesting to watch this Robinson and Tyreek Hill and Chris Connolly, and there was an active competition for who was the best. And I think if more teams openly did that, even with lower drafted players, and Tyreek Hill had none, Connolly and Robinson at least had some, we'd see more players actually break through. I wonder about the ones we miss sometimes. There was he played utility player, whatever that designation is in college, and was more of a running back or used that way more.
Yeah, I sort of feel like what wasn't the thing that really knocked him though was off field. I don't know.
That's why he didn't play much in college. Yeah.
That's why. Yeah. What was he, like a 5th round pick or something?
Yeah, it was really late. I think it was 5th.
But yeah, he got kicked out of Oklahoma State. Like there was a lot that went into his profile that had nothing to do with what he could do on the field. And that's interesting you say about utility. I don't remember him being like a special teams project. I think he was like let's take this late round pick on him and see what he's. I think the knock on him is like he was a one-trick pony. He was like a 4-2 guy.
My knock was literally it was his athletic profile and the fact that teams seemed to be interested in trying, and he just didn't play much at all, let alone wide receiver, and so. But he came so cheap. Even I ended up with him on a few rosters because there was an amazing athletic profile there. So the knock was draft capital and lack of playing, I think, more than anything else. Rondale Moore. God, my memory's failing even from this rookie season. Didn't he only get to play 1 year at age 18, and it was phenomenal, but then really did play half a season after that, and that was the problem. That's slightly different, I think. But people still call Debo a running back. I care that a player's good rather than these designations are kind of very. There's a wide variety of wide receivers, you know.
Could he beat T.Y. Hilton? Like, I think that's kind of what you're hoping. Maybe he gets like somebody like.
No,
that's much further down the field, but
yeah, he's got to start running for routes further down the field. He's got to be somebody he hasn't been. So I get that's a.
I think a Rip Jarvis Landry, maybe, like I said, maybe get to a Deebo Samuel where he is playing a little running back role, but good players find volume. that's
right. Yeah,
I'm sticking with.
They get him the ball.
Thoughts on Travis Etienne again? And it's perfectly okay. It's been a really long stream. You don't have to stay here all 3 hours, obviously. Is he going to the same role as
you're on 4, by the way?
Oh, not yet, technically, but yeah. Jamal Williams, Aaron Jones, Dylan.
I say no.
No, he's nowhere near Swift.
Yeah, I think he's sharing the backfield with a legitimately very good running back. Even at like best case scenario, he carves out a role, but I don't think it's a role like this. To me, it's more like if he ends up carving out a role like Nyheim Hines, that would be pretty good. What's he coming back to, and what's his health going to look like? Who's his coach going to be? And based on what you've seen from Urban Meyer, do you hope it's him? Probably not. Then you're talking about a coach that didn't draft him, trying to fit him in.
That sounds like a great response.
Too many questions. I don't view him very highly.
I have thoughts, but I really think Cal killed it there.
Yeah, so I don't want to just all hang up and listen.
I don't want to pollute that answer, to be honest with you. Yeah. I think we're at. Oh no!
Oh,
dude, Jordan Love could be a decent third QB only. Yeah, in a super flex.
Yeah, sure. Hold him.
Quarterback who could get playing time or start games is always worth a roster stash. I mean, you can go as well as Tyler Hinnicky and David Mills. That's what we said earlier, and still get a game out of him. It was worth it.
Yeah,
super flex wit.
I actually have both of them on a roster.
But if Aaron Rodgers leaves, I probably want to get rid of Jordan Love. I feel like you probably could get more for him than he's going to be worth.
Yes. If it happens in the offseason, sell him right away.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's about the trade. What would you need to trade away Jordan Love right
now? I need a first in Superflex.
Where is the hope too distant to keep rostering him? A first. Yep. Strong.
No, I mean, if I'm holding it, if I've invested that much, I'm holding it.
Good thing about Visca flopping is ETN and J-Rob will not coexist peacefully.
She clarifies and says, "Will now coexist."
Well, now, yeah, I figured. Yeah, I feel bad for Visca. I was out, but like dynamic athletes, rooting for players. I know. Am I wrong? I thought everyone liked Visca again. I thought he had a good game recently or something.
I think he had a season high in targets last week.
No one I hear about getting a player when I'm low on a player, right? It's that everyone else disappears on him. Everyone that was arguing with me before or telling me they were going to be a top 12, they like abandon them. It just, I feel
Visca was about the same spot as Debo. And who do you want now?
Oh God.
I wanted Debo then. You're not asking.
I'm not.
Yeah, I think everybody's excited. He had 5 catches, 33 yards.
Yeah, I'm looking. 23% target share. No. That was Jamal Agnew. Sorry. Back in week 8.
Yeah. Look at the players he got outshined by, Agnew, Dan Arnold.
Here's what I'd say about Laviska. There was reasons people like him, even though you can't find any of those people left anymore. And the Jacksonville Jaguars have killed every wide receiver who's shown any potential, like through different coaching staffs and different quarterbacks. So if you've got him on your roster, hold, to be honest. Because I don't know. I would hold Risker at this point. There's more positive than there is negative for his value.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know that wasn't what you were asking. I just think, honestly, J-Rob wins this job. I'm not. I think he's won this job. I think he keeps it. The one little asterisk is Urban Meyer is clearly willing to not do the rational thing ever. And already Travis Etienne. So yeah, he could just completely foul that pool, but right or die with the player, you know. Tim Shady, thanks for the fun show. Love the format. Keep up the good work. Appreciate that, man. Really do. Yeah. I was gonna say more derogatory things about myself this time, but I think I'm just gonna keep the compliment. That was a nice thing to say. I appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying it, because honestly, yeah, this whole thing was so I get to talk to people about fantasy football, and then the outhouse gets leasing. So you guys showing up every week, all the way till 1:30. Geez, sorry.
Yeah.
And
amazing.
Cal and Bob jumping in. I really appreciate it. Does anyone have
anytime
thoughts, players they want to mention on the way out the door that they're trading for or targeting, or underrated, or that we didn't get to?
No. We're good.
All right, good.
I think we talked about every player in the NFL.
I think we talked about the same 4 players.
Oh, that's true.
A lot in different contexts. We appreciate everyone. We're going to get out of here, though. I have 2 DLF articles to write.
Oh, wow.
I'm still recovering from COVID. I need to
just killing me
sleep.
here. Corey Davis is the truth. The Jets suck. Elijah Mitchell is the guy you want on that roster at this point.
Elijah Moore.
Those are thoughts.
Yes.
Oh, everyone's.
I keep saying Elijah Mitchell. Appreciate it. Yeah, everyone's just come in. Look at that. I appreciate you sticking through to the end here, guys.
Thank you, guys.
All right, I'm gonna let these guys go before they never talk to me again. Really appreciate it, and thanks. See you again.
Thank
next
you,
week.
Joe.
I think we've got.
Yeah, thank you.
I forgot to put this banner up, and
fine
with Russ.
Yeah, sometimes with Russ, I've changed it.
Sometimes for us.
I mean, it's true.
I'm taking the kids Saturday to shop for Toys for Tots for the Scott Fish Bowl. So,
that's neat, actually. That's cool.
Yeah. So everyone, if you are not following on Twitter, make sure you follow.
Yeah, and sign up for next year, by the way.
Yes.
That sign up is normally already out. Whether you're in or not, sign up now. We may as well do it so you don't forget. Scott Fishbowl for life, or at least the kids' charity for life.
It's for the kids. It's all for the kids.
Yes.
I get my ass kicked in that every year for the kids.
Me too.
Yep.
They kids love seeing me being beat up. It makes sense. Never seen them enjoy anything more. Appreciate you doing that though, bud. And good luck with it. I'm going.
Yeah. Sign us up.